El Jefe, sometimes called El Hombre. El Hombre Magnifico. The Magnificent Man, they sometimes call me. And one of the reasons why they call me the Magnificent Man is that I am responsible for, and in fact, this is ongoing live, I'm responsible for YouTube's single greatest moment. It's happening right now, and at the moment, only I am part of it. But I have no doubt the word's going to get around pretty quick. Did you hear, everybody? YouTube's greatest moment is currently ongoing. Well, I tell you, you would definitely be of the mindset that, hey, Eric, looks like winter out here. It does indeed look like winter out here. We've got more winter than we can shake a stick at, as you can tell. Snow's falling, big old clumps of snow too, big flakes. Sometimes you get the little flakes, and sometimes you get the big flakes. These are the big flakes. So, if you're somebody who's looking for snow, but you won't end up finding little snow useful, well, you're in the right place. This is big snow, big snowflakes. Not a huge amount of snow. I mean, it's like maybe a foot of snow or something. But the flakes themselves are quite large. Quite large indeed. Oh, okay, I get it. No one wants to witness YouTube's greatest moment. I guess people prefer to experience more ordinary moments from YouTube. This being YouTube's greatest moment, I guess it's kind of intimidating. Am I up to the challenge of observing YouTube's greatest moment and appreciating it? You think maybe it's a little too much for you? I can understand that. Things are going to get pretty intense, pretty exciting, pretty suspenseful, pretty informative, pretty insightful, and pretty, because I spent a lot of time this morning at the beauty salon. You may be able to tell. There goes the snowplow, plowing the snow. I was smart last night for a change, and I moved my car up to the end of the driveway. So if I do need to leave the house for some reason, no problem. I'm parked right next to the street. Just have to shovel out a little bit in front of the car, and I should be good to go. If it was still parked down here next to the Mini over there, then I would be stuck. Well, this should come as no surprise. At this point, I've learned that it's the way the world works, but having just recently started this live stream, hello there, EAVR Rocks. Thanks. It's not just a nice live. This is, in fact, you're currently witnessing YouTube's single greatest moment ever. Sometimes great moments hide in the clothing of ordinary moments. Anyway, I just started a stream. And so, of course, what's the first thing they have to do as soon as I start a stream? What's an unavoidable consequence of starting a stream? Seems to happen every single time. I immediately have to go to the bathroom. You might well say, Eric, couldn't you have gone to the bathroom before you started the stream? I am saying the same thing to myself, and apparently the answer is no. I would have thought the answer would have been yes, but I guess not. So let me mute this, pause this video, get going here. And I'll let you spend a little time chatting with a friend of mine. Hi, Casey Jones. I do need to poop. Yes, I do. It's one of those things that obviously I should have been just as ready to poop when I started this stream as I am now, because it was just like 5 minutes ago. But I don't know, something about live streaming that makes me have to go to the bathroom. Usually, I mean, it could be either poop or pee. Hello, and welcome to Talking with Typology. I'm Typology. Oh, I am history's greatest person. You sure are, Tiffany. You sure are. Well, in the absence of me saying anything, I can hardly blame everyone for leaving. Trouble, I don't really want to watch you eat. So I put up a little cognitive function video today, just kind of going over knowers, deliberators, interfacers, action types. Usually when people organize the types into groups, they organize it, and they'll either go by quadra, that's the subconscious functions, which that's socionics tends to organize it, or by like the NTs, the NFs, the STs and SFs. But like ISFJ, ISTJ, ESFP, and ISFP, they have very few things in common, right? Because I guess, the STs, like ESTJ and ISTJ, don't have very much in common with ESTP and ISTP. So I like to organize in one of two ways. By what their dominant functions kind of function is, knowers, deliberators, interfacers, actors, or by the extent to which they're communicative or experiential. So like the most communicative types I typically I've called the meta-analysts before, because such types include ENFP, INFP, INFJ, and ENFJ have the least the most unbalanced in favor of communication function. Analysts are second most. So, for example, they start with a metaphysical, but then have a communicative. That's going to be INTJ, ENFP, ESFJ, and ENTJ. No, not ENTJ. ESFJ and ENFP, INTJ, ESFJ, and ISTP. And the kinds that go experiential within communication. That's ISFJ, ESTP, ENTJ, and INFP. And then the executors have experience. That's ESTJ, ISTJ, ESFP, and ISFP. That's not a bad way to organize them, because it tells you that when you group them like that, they have a shared relationship with maps and territory. You done? Well, even if you're not done, I'm done. I'm done watching you. So deal with it. Let's see what the chat's saying here. Psst, 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 psst. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Sensory overload to the max. Hello, I'm from India. Can I talk to you about your cat's extended warranty? My car's extended warranty. Yeah, my car has no extended warranty. All right. So, we've watched the cat. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming for any particularly long time today or anything, but I did get one video uploaded this morning felt like a little bit of work, Thought I'd take advantage of the snowy background to provide a little bit of extra pizzazz to an otherwise ordinary video. Stone Aura says, I don't know if they're still here, but they say, well, first of all, Lyndon Behugel says, are you poor? Should I send you money from the Kung Fu Panda or the poop defecated from human anus? Yeah, you should send me some money. Hello, sir, I'm quite young, and I was wondering if all the work you've done was worth all the pain. Yeah, I mean, the work that I did in life was rewarding, fulfilling, and useful. I was a debate coach. So, coaching is a very engaging career because you are, constantly having to prove yourself by winning rather than losing. How's your day going? My day's going well. Can you imagine having autism while living in India? Sensory overload to the max. You make a good observation. Hello, Jasper Mallon from South Africa. How are you? Boy, I tell you, that South African guy with no legs who's a runner, he really turned out to be a dirtbag, huh? I forget what his name is. Pistorius or something like that. No, not Jaco Pastorius. That's the famous jazz bass player. Different person. All right, so I guess I'll watch Women's Figure Skating Short Program Part 1 in the other tab here. Oscar Pistorius is the name of the runner who killed his who killed his wife. Oscar Pistorius sounds like a magic spell to make someone's legs fall off. I like that a lot. I think you're right on the money there. He made headlines for all the wrong reasons. He's like, what? I heard a noise in the bathroom in the night, and I just, obviously, like anybody would do, I just started shooting right through the door. Never occurred to me that my girlfriend with whom I live might be in the bathroom. Anyways, he should never have been allowed to compete against regular legged people anyway, because obviously, if your legs are super light titanium springs, you have an advantage. Just because it wasn't enough of an advantage for him, who's probably not, if he had legs, would be not even remotely close to capable of competing. But nevertheless, still an advantage. Oh, he killed on Valentine's Day? Happy Valentine's Day, you filthy animal. And then he opened fire. Well, as usual, we've got Johnny Weir and Tara Lipinski making quite the pair here on the figure skating broadcast. So here they are. Tara Lipinski is wearing like wrapping paper or something. And Johnny Ware is looking extraordinarily masculine as always. He's the reason why every woman wakes her husband up before going to the bathroom. You know, maybe it's just my way of failing, but I have a feeling that I would double, triple, quadruple check that the person was a burglar before I actually ended up shooting him. By the time I was checked adequately, they probably would have shot me. It's not the sort of thing you can really get used to, right? Like, well, periodically, obviously, intruders come into the house and I have to shoot them, but also non-intruders are in the house, so I have to distinguish from them on the regular. Accordingly, since that doesn't happen very often, it's only conceivably acceptable to err on the side of not shooting the wrong person. You know what they should do to punish Oscar Pistorius for that? They should chop off his leg. Oh, never mind. The lady he killed was a supermodel. Well, you know what? She may have been a supermodel, but what she wasn't super at? Deflecting bullets. I bet she wishes she had put on her Kevlar vest before bed that night. Yeah, he probably just watched Paranormal Activity. He was spooked. Then he'll start winning Olympic competitions in weightlifting because of his light arms. That fucking guy, I tell you. Well, there's a lot of, it seems like, athletes who have problems with violence in their relationships. She left him that night as ego got the better of him, could not handle rejection. That makes sense. I've never heard that articulated, but it makes sense. It's very easy for people to lose sight of the big picture when they are too in their feelings, Like, things may seem bad, but there's a difference between things being bad and things being like I guess like that's the end. It is the case that things can get so bad and with so little future that people take extreme actions. Like my dad at the very end of his life, his wife was in hospice care and late stage dementia, and he had had really bad COVID that impacted his eyesight, and he was already deaf, and then he ended up falling during that COVID because of a fever and broke some ribs, and he had limited mobility, etc. And he could see the writing on the wall. There wasn't much of anything for him to stay alive for anymore. But that's going to happen at some point in your very old age. If you're lucky, you end up like my dad, fully cogent in his thinking, but having lost all the things that he did for satisfaction, lost the ability to work out and stuff like that, lost his wife and etc. So when he took his own life, you could kind of understand it, right? It was like there was no chance of anything meaningfully changing for the better. His wife was going to die in a couple months, and he could not see, not hear, not get around, you know, makes some sort of sense. But for somebody like Oscar Pistorius, who had a shit ton of stuff going on, to be so spoiled that one bad thing goes wrong, but also to be so entitled that, you know, one thing doesn't go his way, and it's like, if he had harmed himself, that would have been certainly very ill-advised and a an alternative example of how you can fail to look at the big picture when you're in your feels too much. But he chose the other course of action. So that represents some kind of ontological failure of another order, Yeah, it's unfortunate, Jasper. He probably would have been in prison a lot longer if it had happened in the U.S. I had a relative murdered. My grandfather, who was actually technically my step-grandfather, but the only grandfather I ever knew. He was a pharmacist, and he and my grandmother were both pharmacists, and they had a pharmacy in Pasadena, and this pharmacy had gotten robbed not too long prior. Somebody had come in and held it up, had held up my grandfather at gunpoint and gotten away with, I don't know, money and drugs probably. So the cops caught the guy, and he was on trial. And my grandfather was scheduled to testify in the afternoon of the trial. But during lunch break of the trial, the guy who was out on bail, I guess, he went back to my grandfather's pharmacy and shot him 7 times. I used to think it was 5, probably because it just doesn't make a lot of sense to shoot 7 times. From my mind, it was like, don't guns hold 6 bullets? But there's a lot of public records about the case, because the guy's name who did it, Juan Prentice Snow, he appealed the verdict all the way to the California Supreme Court, and he lost his appeal eventually. But because of that, there's a lot of case law stuff on it you can find online. So I was able to read in detail about it from the court documents. I thought he was shot 7 times. Look, sir, South Africa is the country with the highest murder rate in the world. Yes, sir. Started seeing another man and broke the news to him. She was leaving the next day. Oh. Well, there's no excuse for cheating, but it's not a capital offense. She should have said, listen, Oscar, I'm breaking up with you. Why? Because I believe if I don't, that someday you will shoot me to death. What? What kind of a crazy accusation is that? Well, it's one we're going to test right now because see you later. Jason's outside waiting for me. Jason? Who's this Jason fellow? I would take my chances in Mexico rather than South Africa. Okay, let's not go that far. You know, South Africa is one of the number one countries in Africa because South Africa speaks English. How great is that? That's the same language I speak. One time, long time ago, this was when I was probably 18 years old, 17, 19, somewhere around there. I rode on a plane. It was back when there was still apartheid, you know. I rode on a plane and there was this, I somehow got lucky and got sat next to this super cute girl from South Africa. And she explained to me that apartheid was necessary because if the white people didn't help them stay peaceful, the various tribes of black people would immediately start going to war with one another. And because she was a cute girl that I was talking to, I said, oh, what do you know? Makes sense. But nothing ever came of it. It was just a plane ride next to a cute girl who was interested in talking about her country and, like how South Africa was, doing the best they could. Like, look at all the other countries in Africa. Look what a mess they are. Just letting their black people run amok. We have a beautiful country, and people will be shocked if they see our country's environment. But we have corruption and crime is rampant. I see. I've never been to South Africa, and I also definitely cannot do a South African accent. I can do a British accent. I can attempt and fail to do an Australian accent. Maybe I could do a little bit of Irish, but South African, forget about it. I haven't the foggiest notion of how I would go about doing that. Let me ask you this. Does South Africa look like this right now? No. You know why? Because it's summer down there. You guys are in the southern hemisphere, right? It's summer in South Africa, everybody. So there's no snow for them. I don't even know if South Africa gets snow in the wintertime. I do know that Johannesburg is a real airplane hub for all of Africa. And the reason I know this is because I watch Noel Phillips sometimes. He's always flying around the world, various places, and having to make a transfer in Johannesburg. Yeah, Johannesburg. Named after Johannes, the guy who found the city originally. He was kind of self-aggrandizing, I guess you could say. He decided to name the whole city after himself. certain parts do get snow. You are in the summer. Yeah. So I guess that makes you. I guess that makes you in the southern hemisphere. So do you guys have any people at the Winter Olympics right now? I'm watching the Winter Olympics. It doesn't seem like South Africa is gonna have a hugely developed culture of, let's say, ski jumping or I don't know, cross country skiing. It's known as the place of gold. One day, some Afrikaners were digging in the ground and they dug up a whole pile of Krugerrands. And they're like, oh my God, we should use these as coins. The rest is history. Well, I think South Africa did a good job of attempting to have some kind of sane transition from apartheid / transfer of power. They avoided the mistakes of Zimbabwe largely. In Zimbabwe, of course, there was this attempt to just steal land from white farmers, give it to black people, and of course, the entire economy crashed and inflation was like at 1 billion% or something. It cost like 3 trillion Zimbabwe dollars for a loaf of bread or something. The national sport is rugby. You're the world champions of rugby, 1995, 2007, 2023, and 2025, huh? Well, you know what you should maybe consider doing? Pick out your like 5 best rugby players and send them to some NFL tryouts and see if maybe they can play real football. Because I don't know if you've ever watched football before, but rugby is pretty boring compared to football. Let's be honest. I'm sorry, I don't mean to insult your favorite sport down there or whatever, but rugby elicits the following response from me. Rugby schmrugby. We're at the point where the government wants to steal the white people's lands. NFL is pretty cool. Yeah. And there's a ton of punters in the league come from a rugby background or an Australian rules football background, which is basically rugby as far as I can tell. It's always a challenge for any democratic-ish nation state to avoid the consequences of populism run amok, Well, I'm glad you and Gabe get along so well. I think really, frankly, the owner's family probably should have thought a little harder before naming their son Gabe. But who am I to judge? Let's see. America sucks. Well, Certainly America's got some problems. You know, what country doesn't have some problems? Norway? Alright, Norway's doing pretty well. Maybe Norway's doing a little bit better than America. But you know what, bad vibes? I think you're a little bit more devoted to bad vibes than you are to being correct about things. You can put your bad vibes up your butt. I don't know if that jives with your plans for the day, but it's what you should do anyway. Once I knew a guy like you, he had vibes just as bad as poo. I said, put them where they go, straight in your butt. He said, I don't want bad vibes inside of my butt. And I said, well, guess what? None of the others of us want that neither. So whatever the prescription, cure your bad vibe fever. BADVIBES. That spells bad vibes, I guess. The kind of vibes that you get with the plague. The kind of vibes that you get with your eggs. When your eggs gone rotten and you're trying to eat it anyway. Are you ready? Oh yeah. Now we're cooking with peanut oil. Yeah, that peanut oil is the best kind of oil. Ain't nobody gonna have no bad vibes with this keyboard song, because it's made out of lives, and the streams that I make are also made out of lives. I've got a kind of string pizzicato. I don't know when you went down to the grotto, but I believe that's where you contracted bad vibes. That's why Jenny wouldn't go with you to the prom. She said there's something wrong with this guy. He's got bad vibes that get stuck in my eye and make me blind, and then I cannot see. Well, thanks, bad vibes. I try. Let's see. What song am I going to sing next? I don't like that beat very much. Regular 8 beats fine. I'm just walking along, but then all of a sudden I find some stairs. And I walk up and down the stairs for some exercise. Now, oops. Now I'm sneaking away. Oh, pizzicato strings, you're so cray. Let's see. Contrabs. Kind of like got a lot of sustain on it. Choir. Sounds like a real choir. Vocal ensemble. Well, that's enough fucking around the piano. One of these days, I'll become a big star. And everyone will say, wow, Eric, who knew that all that playing the piano was going to turn you into such a big star? And I'll say, nobody, not even me. Maybe the cat knew, but, you know, he's no snitch. He's a cat who knows how to keep his secrets. Obviously, I don't really feel like going anywhere today because it's snowing so much. Seems like kind of a hassle. But equally, obviously, the live stream's not attracting much of an audience. Probably because it sucks, I'm assuming. That's how things normally work. That's the number one failure, the number one reason for having no audience on YouTube is that you suck. There are other reasons, like, you know, maybe you say a lot of offensive things. That probably help, though, you know. And other conceivable reasons why one might have no audience on YouTube. But I think the number one reason is fairly straightforward. you don't make good content. So, accordingly, we can conclude that this live stream is almost certainly not good content. But you know, when I live stream, I'm not exactly trying to make good content. I'm engaging in a hobby of sorts. Obviously, I enjoy the hobby more when I have more people to engage with. But I've had plenty of occasions in my 12 or so years of YouTubing where I've live streamed to no one because I had things I wanted to say. And that's fine too. Very wintry. Very wintry indeed. Based on looking at it, you wouldn't think 17th of February, you'd think Christmas Day. But no, it's not Christmas Day. You're always thinking everything's Christmas Day, so no surprise there, you get it wrong again. Cold. It's as cold as, what's something that's very cold? Let's say liquid nitrogen poured on top of a pile of absolute zero. That's cold. That qualifies as such. You know, since there's not any particular audience here, I could take advantage of the opportunity to try to record pieces of this other video that I'm planning on making. Go ahead, Trouble. Go on outside if you want. Well, it is snowing. Nothing I can do about that. Is it too cold for you? Want to stay inside? Okay. Cats do go outside in this kind of weather, even though they don't have a jacket or anything. I know they got fur, but yeah, you can't have it both ways. Either their fur is so warm that they're constantly super hot, unless it's super cold outside, or it's not really that warm. In which case, they too must get cold outside. So, Joe Rogan invented the word internet troll. I'm pretty sure he didn't. R.I.P. Joe Kimbo. I don't know who Joe Kimbo is. I do not know Joe Kimbo, although I wish I did. For if I knew Joe Kimbo, I'd know just where he hid. And everything delightful would surely come to pass if only I knew Kimbo, or even just his last. You think Joe Rogan coined the term troll? It's an old term. Has Joe Rogan been an internet fixture for that long? I mean, certainly not impossible. I've coined a fair number of terms. But I would have guessed that that particular term, anyway, was a little too old for it to be sourced to Joe Rogan. Well, that's not going to work as a place to put this. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't have to work as a place to put this. Let's get an alternative. Or I put it lower and I could have the microphone. I need the microphone too, so. Oh, well, I didn't even know he had his podcast 30 years ago. I had a podcast some 20, 25 years ago, maybe 26 years ago. It was a podcast review podcast. But obviously, unlike Joe Rogan, I didn't stick with mine for 30 years. So shame on me and good for him. I've stuck with this. I mean, I stick with this like nobody's business, right? Which is kind of weird because I stick with the part of YouTube that has the least possible payoff for me. Unwise, but that's how it rolls. Best type to be a detective? ISTP is not a bad choice. I don't know, in some sense you could think of it a couple different ways. It might be useful for identifying like the correct suspect or something to have good intuition, but that's not actually useful, particularly in building a case that a prosecutor can prosecute, you know? I think you definitely need the TI for that purpose. All right, we're gonna plug this microphone in. Troll is a buzzword. I like friendly banter. Being a troll is like eating white bread and being proud of it. I mean, I think the thing that distinguishes a troll from something that's not a troll is that a troll is they're dishonest about whatever it is they're saying. So they'll play the role of, for example, an earnest Christian because they're working that angle of reactivity, or they'll play the role of like a hardcore partisan of one kind or another. That's what qualifies as trolling. At least in a forum where there's not face-to-face stuff going on. Oh, hey, look what you got going on here, Eric. You're really up to something. Yeah, I'm really up to something. But that's just rage baiting. I guess there might be other forms of trolling, but I think the thing that makes it trolling implicitly is that it's inauthentic, right? Because if somebody that might authentically provoke outrage from somebody or, might trigger bad feelings in some way. But if they're authentically being who they are, it doesn't qualify as trolling, you know? Okay. So we will launch the OBS. OBS is a program that is generally referred to as OBS. You'd call it OBS if you wanted to. I checked, before I even started this. All right. Who loves you, baby? I'll tell you who. Telly Savalas. That's it. Okay, this is open now. Could make a new scene. Scene 4. In scene 4, I'm going to add a video capture device. And we're going to make it this one. Why is it not working? Because I need to hide it here. Yeah, does it work? Still doesn't work. Who loves you, baby? Okay, well. That needs to be a little taller. Either that or I need to be a little shorter. One of the two. Okay, so that's that, where that is, but let me, what can I find to put this on top of this other thing? How about, well, this might work. This might work fine. I put this on. You can see I've got this right here. But it's still not tall enough. All right, let's see. Well, it looks pretty good. Okay, so I will record the first of these. Hi, Fly Guy. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. I'm working on the ISTJ video that I made the scripts for. The cat wants in, I guess. In or out, one of the two. She might want into Rachel's. I was trying to want out of the bedroom. That's what she wants. Oh, hi, Kavio. I guess mommy let you out, huh? Oh, you want to go in? I see. Here you go, sweetie. Took you a couple listens. You know, I don't even know why I made the video. I thought it was cool. It's snowing. It's a good backdrop to make a video. I could just talk about or whatever. Really, I guess the idea for it was something along the lines of we can break up our 16 types into groups of 4 in various ways, right? I think the two most common ways of doing so are fine, but not particularly informative ways of grouping them, like by quadra, or even less so by like SFs, STs, NFs, NTs. Okay. Okay, let's push this. Oh, that's still there, huh? Okay, well, that's fine. I could leave that there, but I could just put it in after, which probably makes more sense. Yes, I think it does make more sense. Okay, so just put this over there, I guess. Should try to make it bigger. All right, that's fine. I could also crop it a little bit better, I guess. I'm gonna put in the other stuff after the fact. I could just put it in right now, I guess. Well, I still wanted to put in photos too, but I don't really have to. All right, let's try putting it in there. Okay. Let's meow like meow. Let's actually make this bigger. Okay, now let's meow like meow. Okay. Well. There's that. Yeah, okay. Well, that's too wide. So I guess I'll go back to 100%, potentially 125%. 125% might work. In theory, it might work. In practice, it doesn't. Okay, fine, 100%. Who knew this was going to be so persnickety? Okay, let's go here and here. Wait. With a stack of SITEFINE, the ISTJ is a particularist knower, foremost, an interfacing solver, second most, subjective deliberator, thirdly, and an ideational actor in the fourth slot. The learner, particular knowing. The ISTJ is a particularist knower, meaning they understand themselves and their knowledge as comprising the totality of their previous experience. They spend a lot of time attending to the past, from reliving old memories to recalling today's schedule. SI drives the train. Thus, ISTJs may display a tendency towards viewing past results as more informative regarding future outcomes than those results actually are. Intuitive knowing, insight gleaned from cues implicit in the identity of that being observed rather than from linkage to one's own relevant memories, is maximally unconscious in ISTJs, but can still be quite effective as it is a receiving function, and a receiving attentional frame is core to all knowers. Good enough. Now let me do the next little section. The solver. Interfacing solutions. ISTJs are solvers, not social resource exploiters. When faced with a problem, ISTJs use extroverted thinking to figure it out. The TE process is one of figuring out the unique logic of a specific system and the optimal path to reach the desired outcome. Having extroverted thinking as a tool function is another way of saying extroverted feeling is their blind spot. Just as a person can't both figure out a solution by themselves and also determine the solution by asking someone else, a person who reflexively attends via the same one of these in every instance is intentionally interfacing. Oh, I fucked it up. Fuck you, Eric. Fuck you, Eric. Fuck you, Eric. So fuck you, fresh and full of life. I'll move this down to the bottom where I can see it a little bit more easily. Okay. The solver. Interfacing solutions. ISTJs are solvers, not social resource exploiters. So when faced with a problem, ISTJs use extroverted thinking to fix it. The TE process is one of figuring out the unique logic of a specific system and the optimal path to reach the desired outcome. Having extroverted thinking as a tool function is another way of saying extroverted feeling is the blind spot. Just as a person can't both reflexively first figure out a solution by themselves and also reflexively first determine the solution by asking others, A person who reflexively attends via the same one of these in every instance of attentionally interfacing is blind to the other. Thus, the ISTJ is FE blind, or has their. I just cut the end off of that. That's fine, except for the end. So, we're making good progress, everybody. You guys giving yourselves a pat on the back? You should be. Because, hey, none of this happens without you. Okay. Make this go up here, like so. Make this one go up here like so. The subjectivist, subjectively deliberate. The ISTJ finds the greatest satisfaction in successfully attending by introverted feeling, as it's in the third slot, which functions as a scorecard function for the self. In practice, this means being needed and wanted by family and friends and to provide them practical assistance and solutions. They make great caregivers, harm preventers, solution providers, and such. But it's also likely to correlate with depressive periods, as third slot failures cause significant distress in any type. Okay, that's fine. Now we go to the next bit. The novelty seeker. Okay. The novelty seeker, linking to the fourth slot function of extroverted intuition. An ISTJ's knower identity expresses also as a deficit in action. The conscious action function here is extroverted intuition. This action comprises talking, ideation, improvisation, and it validates against novelty and originality. When things go badly for an ISTJ or when they're traumatized in some way, they'll scramble to include more generative intuition to remediate their psychic distress. Okay, what's left? There's some other stuff left. I gotta eat something like super starving. Okay. As far as slots and values go, the absolute values of the ISTJ lie in their 1, 3, 5, and 7 functions. So introverted sensing, introverted feeling, extroverted sensing, and extroverted feeling. In this regard, they are highly subjective because both the subjective knowing function and subjective deliberation function are front stack absolute values. Regarding the instrumental values, ISTJs 2, 4, 6, and 8 are TE, extroverted intuition in the fourth, and the 6 is TI, and in the 8th is introverted intuition. These instrumental values will only be prioritized by an ISTJ as a way to accomplish something that does validate as an absolute value in the 1, 3, 5, or 7 slots. Okay. Next, got that whole thing. Did this thing. Kind of like redundant, but whatever. It's fine. Wait. No. Put this up here. Like so. In this section, we'll look at the same kinds of functions. So 1, 8, both knowing functions, in the ISTJ, SI, and NI, respectively. Experiential knowing is fully realized in the ISTJ, maximally conscious and nuanced, while intuitive knowing is maximally unconscious and activates mostly when necessary to enable the dominant function. The eighth slot function is a place of insecurity and defensiveness. From the ISTJ's perspective, they intuit about as much as one should. Previous similar experiences will always subsume relevance in the ISTJ's knowing hierarchy, so when holistic knowing represents the optimal epistemic for a given situation, the ISTJ will still try to know via inverted sensing. Okay, that was fine. We're almost done, everybody. Oops. So if you're like, Eric, what about paying attention to the chat and stuff? I'll be there in a second. Might as well just get this done on here. Okay. The interfacing functions are in 2.7 for the ISTJ. We're looking at TE and FE respectively. Dynamic action is reserved for systems with unique logics, and universal communicative logic is never used to act dynamically. In other words, ISTJs are blind to the real-time exchanging of social information as a way of engaging with the dynamic system of interpersonal communication. Obviously, ISTJs still have friends and talk to people and so forth, but when they do, they aren't attending to certain kinds of information. To the extent that they engage the perceptions of others, they do so statically, which is to say, whenever they interface via extroverted thinking, not extroverted feeling. Okay. Let's see what's next. No, this I said. FITI. Next, we'll look at 3 and 6, which are FI and TI in the ISTJ. ISTJs deliberate. Fucking goddamn it. Thanks a lot, deliberate, for being the same spelling whether you're a verb or a noun. Or an adjective, I mean. Next, we'll look at the 3rd and 6th slots, which are FI and TI, respectively, in the ISTJ. ISTJs deliberate according to an interested calculus in the 3rd slot. This plays out in 2 ways. Foremost, it provides the frame under which the tool function must validate. So an ISTJ won't view efficiency or solvency as valuable unless it's consistent with the subjective preferences of their own feelings. For example, an otherwise optimal solution will be replaced if it harms that which the ISTJ personally holds precious. Secondly, it means that the ISTJ finds fulfillment in helping specific people for whom they care, and not so much from solutions that work for people in general. With TI in the 6th and countervalued slot, they prefer to have solutions be driven by subjective preference and efficiency of attaining the outcome. They do not prefer to have things evaluated in terms of legitimacy or correctness. All right, we're getting to almost the end of this. Well, I'm going to have to go back over here and go like this. Okay, that's fine. Which brings us to slot 4 and 5, sometimes called seeking in the fourth, ignoring the fifth. 4 and 5 represent an area of double fluency and mixed values. The ISTJ gets things done. They find it satisfying to be impactful in concrete ways. An ISTJ is likely to arrive someplace well prepared for multiple contingencies. Don't worry, I've got the tool we need to fix that in my car, is something you'll hear from an ISTJ friend. In coordination with IAS. Fucking let me start it over. Fucking Eric. Your failure disgusts me, Eric. I don't blame you for being disgusted. I'm just as disgusted as you are. Which brings us to slots 4 and 5, sometimes called seeking and ignoring, respectively. For the ISTJ, that means extroverted intuition and extroverted sensing, the action functions. 4 and 5 represent an area of double fluency and mixed values. ISTJ gets things done. They find it satisfying to be impactful in concrete ways. That's consistent with fifth slot SC as an absolute value. An ISTJ is likely to arrive someplace well prepared for multiple contingencies. Don't worry, I've got the tool we need to fix that in my car, is something you'll hear from an ISTJ friend. In coordination with SI's propensity for scheduling, SE5 means reliability in producing outcomes. They're good workers, great friends. When things go badly for an ISTJ, he or she will link the problems to a fourth slot deficit, not enough novelty or creativity, and find solace in writing or art. Cherish the ISTJ in your life. They're earnest, caring, reliable, and effective. We should all be so noble a beast as ISTJs. All right, good. I did it good enough. My wife is ISFP and would probably go nuts if someone told her that her cake is bad. Whose cake is bad? Your wife's cake? I've always hated your wife's cake. Modeling. I mean, that just sounds like it just sounds like incredibly frustrating pain in the ass kind of thing. RX 270, RX 78. I don't even know the story arc, but these builds are cool. Those builds. Yeah. Well, if you like being frustrated at, like, I don't know what you call that, like physical object rodeo. It's like a physical objects precision rodeo. That sounds like the worst kind of rodeo one could possibly conceive of. I'd rather have to ride bucking, bronking bulls than try to put together a model with glue and little teeny pieces of things. Fuck that shit, because I ain't the one to be beaten on and thrown in jail. We can go toe to toe in the middle of a cell. We don't want to go toe to toe in the middle of the cell. Why don't you shut up, huh? How about that? Nobody asked you what you wanted. For good reason. Nobody cares. What do we care about? We care about shit like figure skating. Things that matter. Like, look at this lady. She's skating around like crazy. Look at me go, she says. Yay! I did a good job skating. She's jumping up and down. She's celebrating. Everyone was very impressed, apparently. All right, let's go outside and have a cigarette. Now that I'm done recording those things. The next thing I'll need to do is put them all together in a video, probably in Windows Movie Maker. I could make it all happen. If I'd wanted to make it all happen in OBS, I would have been best off to do so at that time. But I could still, in theory, put them all together in OBS, but it's easier to do that in Windows Movie Maker. Well, it's still snowing. Still snowing. Still saying it's raining. For the last, seems like 18 hours or something, the computer weather thing has been telling me that I'm getting rain, but I've actually been getting snow the whole time. Why is it so wrong? Well, it's Microsoft. Might have something to do with Bill Gates and his evil ways. But more likely it has to do with the fact that they don't actually have a weather reporter here on the ground to tell them. Honoring Black History. Oh my God, you guys. Have you been forgetting? It's Black History Month. That's like my favorite month of the year. Because there ain't no history like Black history. I don't know if you know this, but there was once a time when black people insisted on having bathrooms that were separate from white people bathrooms. They were like, I am not going in there where your filthy whiteness has been. But then one day, this guy named Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream. And the rest is history. The Earthlings and the colonists. So, are the colonists not from Earth? Are they from Mars? I think it would be pretty cool if we finally did encounter some aliens and they just turned out to be humans and we'd been separated for a long time, you know. Only they had evolved gills thanks to evolution. They're like, what, you guys don't remember when we dropped you off and left you all that stuff? And everyone's like, no, there was like a huge tidal wave right after that. We like lost all of our gear and shit. It was horrible. Obviously, the ones we now telling you this weren't alive back then. We assume it was horrible. Turns out that our world's governments have known the secret truth for a long time, but have hidden it from us regular people. Thanks to a conspiracy of cabals engaging in a shadow government. Oh, the Romulans and the Vulcans. They live in space. Nobody wants to live in space. You know what the problem with space is? No gravity. Imagine you just want to walk across the room in space. Well, you're not going to be able to. You have to propel yourself across the room, float. You might be subject to more motion sickness. Space is a waste of time. I'm not saying it was always a waste of time. Obviously, we needed to establish satellites and stuff around the Earth. But I really don't think there's any gains to be had from further directing of resources into outer space. Like, we don't need to know more about Jupiter or whatever, right? They have it purely intellectual exercise. They have no conceivable value. Like, the moons around Jupiter, where people go, wow, this one has liquid water, blah, 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 volcanic activity. The thing is, our satellites can't even study those moons at any length because the amount of radiation they get for some reason is like super big. It's like, I guess Jupiter lets off radiation or something. Oh, it's really coming down. We've got some fast falling snow at the moment. Earlier it was bigger flakes but more slow falling. So perhaps this is the same as earlier if you increase the difficulty but decrease the execution, like in the Winter Olympics. But yeah, if I were going to go skiing at the nearby ski resort, this would be the week to do it. You know, it's not a ski resort that's open a ton, but it will be open this week, I think. Don't derail or anime space talk, Jeremiah Fix. You cabal deep state devil. Yeah, that's what the deep state tries to do. You're in the middle of a conversation about one thing and it'll try to distract you and get you talking about, oh, hey, maybe it's not secret nefarious forces. Everything that appears one way to you is actually meant to appear that way as part of a secret strategy to fool you. So, like, I've got a bunch of rocks around my house. It might seem as though they're just regular rocks just happening to be there. But really, they're part of a larger government scheme to convince me that I just live in a regular place with regular stuff. So I don't have to start asking too many questions. hard questions like, is Chick-fil-A ever going to open on Sunday? That one guy, one American guy, he had a gold medal around his neck. He must have won some event. I think he's a figure skater. Oh yeah, he was the one who wore that incredibly terrible figure skating outfit. He must have won the men's gold. Thanks for the spoiler alert, NBC. I probably wasn't gonna watch it anyway. Because, at the end of the day, figure skating, even in the Olympics, it's not that exciting. It's just you're just waiting for them to crash, and that's all that you're doing. Antisocial personality disorder. It's like the advanced form of ODD, oppositional defiant disorder. Oppositional defiant disorder is some idiot psychologist pathologizing disagreement. What a nightmare. All right, you know what? Short program, part 2. I started you because I had some time saved up, but I've now reached the end of the time I saved up, and you still haven't even started. So fuck off. What else we got here? Biathlon, men's 4x7.5 kilometer relay. I guess that looks like our best bet. I wouldn't say it looks like a good bet, but it looks like our best bet. All right. So at least now we got something sports-like in one of the other tabs. Did you see women's ice skating Olympics? Well, it's on right now, the short program, but short answer, no. I did watch some of the men's, but figure skating is not that great. I watched speed skating. Speed skating is much more entertaining than figure skating. I especially like the speed skating team relay. In which they've got like 2 groups of skaters, and like you've got 4 teams skating around the track, and then when team A gets to this spot, then their replacement player comes in here in front of them, and then they push them, and then they go around to the next one, right? It's super chaotic. There's lots of crashes. It's great. Oh, me and Rachel spent a fair amount of time analyzing the incredibly horrible outfits that the men's figure skaters were wearing. But there is apparently, at least according to Rachel, if you're talking about like ice dancing, they're actually likely to be straight couples. I think with the pairs figure skating where they throw them in the air, maybe it's half and half or something. But obviously, there probably aren't very many, if any, single ice skating guys who are straight, but you can tell the ones who come from like Eastern Europe are at least trying to position themselves as such. But I'll be honest, with the Winter Olympics, there aren't any like marquee events that I'm really looking forward to. I would say downhill skiing is one that I more look forward to, but that one's already over. How do they even balance on those? Figure skates, ice skates? I don't know. Yeah, the group relay is the most fun. I watched the um like team chase, I think it's called, where they start on opposite sides of the thing and they have to touch each other the whole time. They don't have to touch each other the whole time, but their score, like the time when they cross the line, is timed by when the third skater crosses the line, right? So basically, they make a little train and like they touch the ones in the back touch each other's butts. So the ones in the second guy touches the first guy's butt, the third guy touches the second guy's butt, or puts it on their lower back so that they can stay in close contact with each other. Downhill skiing is slalom without all the turns, so it's the fastest skiing event. Ski jumping, that's one with a big ramp, and they used to call it ski flying. I think they should go back to calling it ski flying because there are so many trick events that involve jumping nowadays, thanks to the X Games. They used to have ski dancing as an event. It was just a demonstration event, but it was in the 80s. So, part of the reason maybe why I'm a little less into the Winter Olympics than the Summer Olympics is because the Winter Olympics are typically, I don't know if they're dominated by, but they're the specialty of your Nordic countries and or Scandinavian, like Norway, Sweden, Finland. Um, Austria is not really Nordic, but they too seem to consistently do very well. Austria's got some big ski places. I went to Innsbruck when I was a teenager with my parents. We went skiing on the big glacier up there. It was terrible conditions, super icy. It was not good skiing. Nobody wants to watch car racing. Like, you have to have no boringness detector in you to watch car racing. Your boringness detector, along with, I'm sure, your carbon monoxide detector, are not operating properly if you're watching car racing. There's absolutely nothing interesting about it. If you have to watch some kind of motor racing, then definitely you're better off watching those turny motorcycle races where they lean all the way over and like touch their knee to the ground. Those are pretty cool. Well, that might be, but anybody can be good at curling. Yes, I guess basically the oldest athletes in the Olympics are curlers. There's some in their 50s. Somebody who is the same age as me who's a curling competitor. Car racing, you're somewhat right, but there are many exciting moments. Yeah, I guess if they crash. Cycling's very interesting. I like the velodrome cycling, the ones that are on that slanty wooden track and they have in the Summer Olympics. I like that kind of cycling. That's like speed skating on bikes. All right, look. Yes, Lance Armstrong got testicular cancer, But I would be willing to bet it had more to do with his intensive regimen of doping than it did with riding a bicycle. Shania Twain got testicular cancer? That surprises me. Now, that is truly surprising. Well, probably the testicular cancer came from him constantly shooting human growth hormone into his balls. They ride the special bikes with no gears, which is why it's a little slow for them to get started. They got to get it up to speed. But yeah, it's a pretty cool event. Biathlon's a weird event. Cross country ski for a while, then shoot your rifle for a while. Then cross country ski for a while, then shoot your rifle for a while. As far as I know, in the Summer Olympics, I don't think they do. I mean, I know they do the shooting events, but I don't think they have any other thing you have to do besides shooting. Curling is throwing darts if three people were throwing the dart at the same time. Yeah, okay. Curling really, it's like a combination of shuffleboard, billiards, and I don't know what else. Like, what other thing can you think of where one person, you roll something, or in other words, project it in some way, and the other person changes the like surface across which it moves. It's a weird one. I've been watching this cute Russian girl grandmaster doing chess. Curling. Yeah, pool slash shuffleboard slash. There's nothing I can think of other than curling where one of the teammates is in charge of like smoothing down the surface a little bit here so it goes a little bit more that way. I can't think of anything else like that. Well, it is true that drafting changes your relationship with the air in front of you. I guess that kind of qualifies. Yeah, sort of. But like in curling, they get it to change direction and stuff a little bit. Um, by like pushing some snow in front of it or whatever, they get to slow down, speed up. I mean, I guess the difference is in drafting, the impact on secondary regardless. So never mind that. It is like that. It's not exactly the same, but that's as close a thing as you could probably come up with. Cool runnings. I'll pass. I think I've seen it before. Anyone know Efron Reyes? That Pinoy guy? Never heard of him. Never heard of this person. So, the Italians are doing very well in this Winter Olympics. They seem to have really embraced the home field advantage. I heard that one of the Olympic curlers just started a year ago and got a medal. Man, I feel bad for the Olympic people that push hard for more than a decade. Well, I guess it must not be that hard. I believe without any good cause that I would win the gold medal in the event of race walking. Why? Well, I already know I can do it. I've already mastered the art of walking. And I can already tell that I can do it better than all those other people. So there you have it. All I got to do is just make sure to enter the Olympic trials for race walking for the next Olympics. Q Fallon Mallet from France is in the lead here. And S.H. Legreed from Norway is in second, followed by M. Ponsilioma from Sweden. Eric, would you care to pontificate about capacity and realized potential or IQ testing? Well, I mean, I think what he's saying there is the capacity to attain achievements versus the potential to attain achievements. So it is the case, for example, that I have more potential to attain achievements in extroverted intuition than I do in extroverted thinking. I'm going to be somewhat when I'm on my deathbed, my list of successful instances of TE will be a lot lower than my list of successful instances of extroverted intuition. So, high seeing off the grid, I will oil up in a moment. So, it's like part of the question is one of where does one's own areas of capacity exist? In other words, areas where one might reasonably expect oneself to attain outcomes, achievements, whatever, and areas where one is going to be low ceiling, like best case scenario, you avoid harms. Then there's the other notion of, I guess, what the outside world perceives as one's capacity, or the likelihood of a third party to view you as having wasted potential. I don't think that intelligence is going to link very much to that regardless, because, like, there are various kids who are, I guess, deemed intelligent in school or who are more academically inclined than their average peer, let's say. But I actually don't think that people have a lot of expectations for smart people that are notably different than they do for anybody else. It may be the case that for some extreme outlier in intelligence, academic abilities, etc., that people might have high expectations for them. But the thing is, intelligence is not the kind of thing at which one can be a prodigy, right? Unlike music, art, math, even maybe. And intelligence is a general term. Expect smart people to lie. Um, more than more than average intelligence people. I mean, I don't think that is likely to correlate that way. But what's your reasoning behind that? I wonder what would happen if I just baked this pizza dough that I left out all night as a loaf of bread. I wonder how that would go. Maybe I should just make pizza again, but I don't really feel like it. Seems like a lot of work. All right, I've got my hands washed. That's step one in baking surprise bread. What makes it a surprise? The fact that it was never supposed to be bread and isn't bread dough, but is pizza dough. But you know what? That's why God lets us experience the emotion of surprise, so that we can be amazed and delighted by things we didn't anticipate. I wonder if I should add a little more yeast into this and let it rise some more if I'm going to bake it into bread. Seems like I should. I think so. So, okay, fine. We're going to put a little more yeast in here. And let it rise again. This is a little something I call the Eric Double Rise Special. So let's get some yeast. Here's the yeast. With some hot water. Instead of putting sugar, well, I just put sugar, it's easier. Right, so we just put a little bit of sugar. That's fine. And we'll get some yeast. Right. Now we've got this water warming up over here. It's still ice cold. All right, I'm gonna use this some more. There we go. Nice and warm. Stir this around a little bit. We'll just let this go for a little bit to start to yeast up a bit and, you know, look like, hey, we're yeast, we're here, we're coming to life, and it's not too late to buy tickets. Okay. So obviously, if you're making bread at home, don't do like Eric does. This is pizza dough. It's not meant to be made into a loaf of bread. There's this aristocratic ideal of not needing to explain oneself. In contrast, basically with the perceived necessity of deception among lower classes, merchants or politicians and such. There's this aristocratic ideal of not needing to explain oneself. Silky Bell came. No. It's pizza dough. No, I think bread dough is different. I think it's got a different recipe for it. But what do I look like? Some sort of professional bread maker? We're just going to mix all that around in here and get this extra flour to suck up the extra water. We may need to get a little bit more flour from in here. Okay. Now this is kneaded together pretty good. And we just need to let it rise a bit. Okay. Put this back in this little bowl. And wait for it to commune with the yeast in a productive fashion. I'm going to flatten it out a little bit right now, like this, so that it makes kind of like it rises into a naturally loafish shape. You know, one of those round loaves, not a regular shaped loaf. All right, there. Now you get busy doing your thing. I will wash this out and wash my hands. I will be using that eventually. Right now, let's just leave it there. Now we can put the flour back. We shouldn't have any additional need for this. Good. We'll do a little more cleaning in the kitchen here from last night's pizza making venture. But we're kind of still not done with it because we're using that same dough for another purpose now. Okay, let's see what's happening here in the old chatteroo. So many different types of dough. I mean, the thing to note is that some types have a much weaker relationship with execution than others, you know? And so, accordingly, if you've got somebody who has got a good, robust relationship with executive function, then they're almost certainly not going to be perceived as having wasted potential. I'm going to put this at 300, I guess, just so it heats at the top of the stove and the thing rises faster. Potential wasting is generally the same thing as having a bad relationship with extroverted sensing. Sourdough, Roman dough, Neapolitan dough, deep dish, New York style. Well, this dough might have a little bit of sourness to it because here's something you probably didn't know. You know how to make sourdough bread? Just make your regular dough and just leave it out all night, maybe plus part of the next day. When you pick it up and it smells like alcohol, you've got sourdough. It's just that easy. Who knew, right? I suppose the dumb would say it's all the same. The average person would say there are many kinds of dough. The smart person would say it's all dough because of the form, because of its form, not because of its specific ingredients. Um, well, I don't know if that links so much to intelligence. Like somebody who says, sure, dough's dough, whatever, it's all the same, you know? And that'd be more reflective of their lack of interest in baking than anything else. And whether somebody says there are many kinds of dough or that all dough is the same because it's dough by virtue of its form, not by virtue of its specific ingredients. Well, I think people are going to answer one way or the other depending on the context of the question. Like in this instance, I have pizza dough. Somebody said, "Is there more than one kind of dough?" That's the kind of thing that's going to provoke an answer that says, "Yeah, actually, there's lots of different kinds of dough." Platonic dough. Yeah, sure. Because I like making pizzas sometimes too. I made it last night. It came out really good, but um, I just decided to. Gotcha, Alec. Thank you for that. um, it's a little labor intensive with all the rolling and it all super flat and everything. And you gotta carefully smear on the tomato paste at just the right proportions and chop up all the cheese and such. So I figured, you know what? Let's just make a little loaf of bread. You can make yourself a frozen dinner for lunch as well. Or, you know, I could even cook a smoked sausage. It's it's very much fine to just eat that smoked sausage just by cook it and cut up little circles of it and eat them one right after another. You don't even necessarily need um, a side dish. I also have a KitchenAid mixer for the dough making. I used it last night. This dough was left over. He wasn't talking about dough with benefits. hmm. Dough without benefits. So I brought up subjects on a few occasions in recent streams of fake shows inside of real shows where I like the fake show. There's one fake show called Fuck Buddy Mountain. It's in this real show that has Key from Key and Peele in it, and also that guy who was in Mad About You. I don't know what his name is, but it was pretty good. Are you interested in speaking on the poor aesthetic decisions of Bad Bunny's halftime show? I mean, I didn't see the show, the halftime show. I just heard parts of the music on the radio version of the halftime show. And what I mean by poor aesthetic decisions is in terms of melodic decisions, in terms of arrangement decisions, and other vocalizations that aren't melody, those kind of decisions. Like there's there's nothing that's not disposable about anything that I heard. Paul Reiser. Is that what he was known as back in school? Makes it worth making pizza dough, yeah. It's a lot easier when you have a mixer than if you're trying to do it with your poor little hands. Yeah, generic and inert are two excellent adjectives for that. Disposable, as I said, is another good one. You know, it's the kind of thing where you could stick in an imitation of it and nobody would notice the difference. Personally, I wasn't a fan of all the booty cheeks shown to my nephews and nieces who were watching. Like I said, I didn't get to actually see the visuals. I like Lady Gaga's moment in the performance. She was actually singing. Well, Lady Gaga is another one who I think also makes a lot of aesthetic mistakes, but she does have talent as a songwriter slash music producer, and she makes some good stuff. Obviously, she's far too enamored of herself, and I think it's easy for people to attain a lot of success to forget just how difficult it is to actually make good music, you know? Like Poker Face is a good song. She's, you know, there, that song, Let's Dance, let's dance. That one's good. Yeah, well, I mean, like, it's fine to have, I guess you'd call it a visual component to your yourself as a musical artist, it's unavoidable that you have some kind of physical um, component. You know, in other words, no matter what, you're going to go up on stage wearing something, right? Or wearing nothing. Either way, you're going to make a visual statement of some kind. But I think it's a mistake for any musical artist to think that directing more of their attention to the choreography and visual stuff and less of their attention to the only thing that actually matters, which is their production of music slash songwriting. Lady Gaga is not just a vocalist. She plays multiple instruments and is a composer. But you know, I'm very well aware of how difficult it is to successfully make a good track, just even one, ever, under any circumstances. And it's also the case that I know a certain amount of my material, at least maybe not the produced tracks, because I'm not that great of a producer of music, really. But I know at least some of the things I've written song-wise are of a high enough quality that they can succeed on their own merits. But it's also the case that I haven't experienced any actual success that would support that conclusion, right? So, accordingly, there's very little risk of me thinking my farts smell good. I don't even think my roses smell good. You know, it's like I know on some level which roses actually do smell good, and they're few and far between. And I trust my intuition, but it's also the case that I trust a general rule that says if they actually smelled that good, they'd be popular. Some artists do view themselves merely as a singer slash, face of the music, and they take advantage of, industry advantages of having stuff made in a really good studio and where there's a lot of different possible instruments people use, and maybe having some skilled studio musicians there, maybe having, excellent engineer, excellent producer, etc. But I think I'm not sure the extent to which such artists predominate anymore. If you look at somebody like Johnny, he was producing his own music, and then he got a record deal, and the album he produced with the help of the label was definitely head and shoulders above in terms of overall production quality and sophistication and stuff. It was way better than his stuff that he produced by himself. But the same talent that was responsible for some of his self-produced stuff being both fantastic and successful was his thing responsible for his studio produced stuff to be both successful and fantastic. So it's like it doesn't matter to me what tools he took advantage of that being on a label and empowered him to take advantage of that he otherwise wouldn't have been able to take advantage of. He still gets 100% of the credit for his tracks. The only thing you might credit somebody else with is like mix mastering stuff. So I get not being able to trust powerful people, or perhaps you could say, I get not being able to trust super privileged people. But why do you think you should not trust intelligent people? I think it depends on what kind of thing they're saying. Like, it might be the case that you can't trust intelligent people when they say, I'm going to do this. No. At some point later on. Certainly, you can't trust me when I say that. I think you can't trust INTPs when they say that. Or INFPs. Probably not ENFPs either. Granted, not all those types are equally likely to be perceived as intelligent. Well, you can definitely trust me when I say I'm not going to do something. It's like, I don't know, I'm not at risk for doing that particular bad thing. You can take that to the bank. It's difficult as a mofo. While a song technically can be simple as Harry, and the thing is that the market is flooded with supply, not demand when you want to reach people. Because they can construct a lie better, they can uphold a lie better, and it's harder to check their lie. If you imagine a stereotype of a snake oil salesman, the person who's a little better spoken than the people he's selling to. I mean, but wouldn't whether or not you should trust a given subgroup of people, group of people, be better linked to whether they're likely to lie rather than linked to whether they could lie well if they do lie? And I'm not sure it's true that smart people can lie well. I can notoriously not lie well at all. I don't know if I count as smart or not, but it anybody can see me that I'm lying in a moment's notice by if they can read a person's face at all. But I wonder if your understanding of lying in that way it links to FE polar in that you don't trust yourself to make the determination that someone's lying by reading their nonverbal cues. That's a very TE frame. Like I could dissemble very successfully, like mind-blowingly successfully if I wanted to. But I never dissemble because I don't like the idea of using language for that purpose, to make things more vague. I don't like it at all. I may or may not be able to lie. The reason I almost never do is because credibility is super important to me. That wouldn't change whether I was more or less able to lie. It's kind of like saying people who are stronger and more physically fit are more likely to attack somebody. Maybe, kind of, but to the extent that it's true, it's very misleading. I think we've got ever more reason to have a deep distrust of elites. I used to poo-poo that whole thing and said, I don't care how fucking rich and powerful that guy is. He's still just some random dude. Takes his shit like anybody else. They apparently don't understand that. From what I can tell with all this celebrity stuff and Epstein list and all that stuff. I guess being super rich and powerful makes you evil. I'm sure it doesn't invariably make you evil, but I suspect that the younger you get super rich and powerful and influential, the more poisonous to your soul, at least it potentially is. Well, it's really coming down. Ruse Moose knows all about this because he lives in Europe. And Europe is covered with snow all year round. Everybody knows that. Europe is the Russia of Europe. All right, let's see what these things say. Okay, Eric, this reminds me of the saying, those who show their strength lose grace. All right, and those who show their willingness to deceive lose credibility. In a democratic imagination, power sounds unaccountable and therefore untrustworthy. Well, I mean, the whole American federal system, is designed to limit, check, and balance the powers that governing bodies need to exercise in order to maintain a free and civil society. So, the framers did their best to balance several different vectors of the thing. They feared mob rule, and they also feared aristocracy. Would NI polar be more susceptible to lies? Or is FETE first and maybe mainly FE too good at noticing this? Yeah, I don't think FE DOMs are particularly susceptible to lies. But, here's the thing about NI polar. My dad was NI polar, and Becky, this horrible woman, one time, I I mentioned her in a video, talked about her briefly. Wasn't even I wasn't even really talking shit, I don't think. Anyway, she didn't like it. She told me I better stop. I told her to go fuck herself. And then she found my dad's email address, emailed him, and threatened to sue him. Now, by any sane person's calculation of things, um, This woman obviously could never have successfully sued him. First of all, he wasn't the one saying the things. I was saying them on my YouTube channel. And her only rationale for why she should be able to sue him was that I didn't have any money. Second of all, she was a foreign national living in Canada who has absolutely no standing whatsoever to file suit in California against my father for stuff I said that was on my YouTube channel. And thirdly, nothing I said was defamatory. I only said true things, and nobody has the right to not be talked about. So, in the most impossible outcome, most unlikely as a possible outcomes, she still doesn't even get out the starting gates. She simply doesn't have standing, doesn't have cause, and isn't suing the right person, right? But my dad, because he was NI-polar, because somebody threatened to sue him, he felt the need to talk to a lawyer. So he contacted his lawyer and found out what the risks were associated with that, and interpreted that to mean that I was now to be viewed as more of a litigation liability than he had previously understood me to be. Which, of course, all of which is crazy, because all of which requires you to not be able to tell the difference between things that are relevant / determinate and things that are irrelevant or ancillary. Does that mean he's easily fooled with lies? Not exactly. It also means it means to some extent that he might be likely to think somebody's lying when they're not, and that there's probably a general distrust of verbal stuff too, a preference for written agreements and such. Fly Guy is basically emphasizing capability and impunity of the intelligent and the noble. I was mainly talking about incentive. I'm just saying you addressed both. Yeah, well, you know, being a statesman and a patriot, those are good ways to help the country. They're not good ways to help yourself. And people with a lot of wealth and power and such, one might conclude that they're good at helping themselves. Was she lying when she said she would sue? I mean, it's hard for me to say how much she knew regarding whether she could sue, but I would assume yes, because I think what she was trying to do really is drive a wedge between me and my dad. And to some extent, she succeeded a little bit in a couple of little areas. But she revealed her own unhealthy family. And even dreaming that would be possible. We're family. He's not going to turn on me because some stupid bitch from Canada threatened to sue him. And then she had the fucking gall to send me a message, like a condolence message, like the day after my dad shot himself. Couldn't believe it. What a scumbag. I allow people to lie to me. I won't address a lie outright. I'm skeptical of most things communicated to me. I think a liar will bury themselves in more tricky lies if you behave unassuming. Probably. I don't think I think I quite rarely encounter people who I believe to be lying to me. And I think I operate under an assumption that by and large, whatever somebody's saying to me is the truth as they understand it. It's a good point you made. And man, I do not miss the days you had to deal with Becky and all that drama. Yeah, she was a real piece of work. Things are pretty peaceful nowadays. Occasional bits of drama. Like most recently, and of note, I would say was Jeff Shaw returning under a different name as Tuts, and some other guy, some other name too. Anyway, he couldn't help being who he is, of course. So it wasn't too long dealing with him that people were saying he's so Jeff Shawish. It didn't occur to me that he might actually be Jeff Shaw. I just thought it's another guy who had the same kind of approach. But well, it was him again. He came clean at the end. I would give the benefit of the doubt that they might believe their own lies are true. Like when people tell me they've seen ghosts or aliens. Well, I mean, in that case, it's not lying if they believe it. My neighbor Jared, we went out and looked for aliens, and one thing that I've noticed is probably because I've taken psychedelics so many times, or but maybe for unrelated reasons, that if I look at any given star for a stretch of time, it'll appear to be moving. And that in order to confirm that something's moving, I need to keep it in eyesight with a couple of other stars to see if they move relative to each other. Jared, it would seem, hasn't really figured that out in full, and he's prone to seeing that, like, if you look at something without adequate background to as points of reference, starts to appear to be moving. It seems like he probably thinks that it is moving. So that wouldn't be a lie. That would be misconception or something like that. Well, that lady just fell down. She tried to jump, but instead of landing on her skate, she landed on her bum. No, I mean, Fly Guy, it doesn't take long of looking at anything in the night sky for it to move in my vision because I've done so many psychedelics. It definitely links to that to some extent. But some people like me are looking to negate any subjective epistemic stuff like my experience with some NI explanation that makes sense, or TE or TI kind of explanation that makes sense. But He's an SI Dom, so he trusts his own experience. Right. Well, you're an NI Dom, Fly Guy. Big difference between an NI Dom and an SI Dom. NI Doms don't trust their own experience or think to look to it, even when it's the only conceivable relevant information. As happens with Rachel when she tries to watch YouTube videos about how relationships should be to tell her if she's in a happy relationship. Like, or just here's a thought, you could actually review our time together in your mind. Remember Tuesday? What was it that Eric did? Did he hit me or did he comfort me when I felt sad? When people say stuff in passing, sometimes it's not worth it for me to evaluate every thought against objective evidence rather than just accepting my immediate subjective interpretations. Well, I mean, it sounds like you're saying, I mean, yeah, you could have immediate subjective interpretations with your FI, but that's your subjective stuff, like from a knowing perspective, is gonna be like, I've seen this before. This is too similar to this other thing that's happened before, so it's gotta be the same thing. Or it'll be like, um, I don't need to check it for accuracy against facts. I need to check it against whether or not this person is well intentioned according to my read on him. Something like that, I guess. Makes sense. The carrot would want to verify everything you say before accepting it. And that's the TI user for you. You know how some people have a dog at their house? Well, let's say for the sake of argumentation that they do. Where are you going with this? But can't we just agree that they actually do? All right, fine. I'll give this one to you. People do actually sometimes have a dog at their house. All right, lady. She looks nervous slash intense, I guess. I don't know what country she's from, but she looks like she's from Russia. She looks Russian. They do have a small contingent of neutral neutral Russian athletes, but a lot of the former Russian athletes have started competing for other countries. This lady, yeah, she is part of AIN, which I think is Association of International Nobodies. I don't know what it stands for. I think that's the Russians. I haven't seen many of them this Olympics. All right, start making with the jumps already. You're just sashaying around is pretty dull. Here comes a jump. And, am I right? And, I guess I was wrong. Are you going to jump or what? There it comes. There's a jump. That was a flying camel toe. It's technically called a camel spin. Oh, no, that was a triple less, that jump was. But I guess the flying camel spin was the previous thing. I'm going to need to see a little bit more jumping out of you. Maybe I missed your first jump. I'm not sure, but you're just doing just ordinary things. Here comes one of those hold your foot and spin around moves. Here comes one of those ones where you go down low with, you got different kinds of spins, you know. I'm not impressed with your spins. I want to see a quintuple, quadruple, triple, whatever. If you want to impress me with your so-called ice skating. She seems happy. I guess she didn't fall down, so there's that. I get tired. If someone wants to verify everything I'm saying, I want to change the subject to a topic where I won't be so audited. I'm sort of measuring the interaction against how much effort it costs. Yeah. Well, depending on the nature of the thing being talked about, sometimes people who are insisting you substantiate everything. Usually, if somebody's insisting you substantiate everything, then they're not engaging in a good faith example of dialectic. They're just dissembling. The whole purpose of discourse, be it rhetoric or dialectic, any kind of debating of things, is to resolve a question. When people are just doing work to avoid resolving a question, because they don't like the way it's resolving usually, that is dissembling. And no good has ever come from people not allowing language to do its good and important work. Oh, this is cloggy. All right, you scoundrel, you scoundrel. You may think you're going to get away with this, but not on my watch. All right. Fine, you want to be a little stubborn? Well, I'm going to be a little bit outsmart you. How about that? Oh no, what happened to the thing? Where did it fall? Did it fall inside of this? I guess so. Well, that's okay. My dough doesn't seem to be rising at all. Maybe it's too old to rise or something. You'd think all you should have to do is put in more yeast and it should rise. But maybe not. I'm no expert in the baking arts. A little extra salt in there. Okay, now that we've got the salt and the rubbing alcohol in there, we're going to shake our way to victory. You know, as always, thanks for hanging out with me today, you guys. I appreciate your company. And your occasional heads up kind of warnings, such as, watch out, that's magma. And wait, you shouldn't eat plutonium. But you know what's obvious to one person might be a boneheaded mistake for another. But I thought plutonium was good for you. Then you get it in bananas? No, that's potassium. Oh, well, I'm glad you stopped me from eating it. Wait, don't eat that either. What? Surely this isn't bad. That's cyanide. I mean, so what about like cyanide toast crunch cereal? No, dude, that's cinnamon. Oh. Sounds like I really need you guys around a lot to prevent me from almost dying by accident all the time. Okay, let's see how the water level is. That's good. All right, let's see if we can poke this out a little bit. Good. Good. That was a lot of work, but we got it done. Now, obviously I'm having concerns about this bread that I'm supposed to be making because it's not really rising like we expect bread dough to rise at all. So I think I may end up just making pizza again out of that dough. Let's take a gander outside. Got to take advantage of our winter weather opportunities while we can to enjoy the winteriness of it. This white stuff is coming down. It's what it looks like when rain freezes way up high in the sky. Brr. Boy, it is frijoles. That's Mexican for cold beans. I think I'll turn the heater on. Generally, I like to turn the heater off to save propane and accordingly money. But it's the kind of day when maybe about time to turn the heater on. So I think I will turn this oven off now. I just have it there to kind of heat this area so that the bread would rise more. I'm gonna let that sit there for a little bit longer, see if it does its duty and properly rises or not. Autumn scents like apple, warm vanilla, and cyanide. Yeah. A kind remark from me? Well, I'll take your word for it. I don't remember what it could possibly have been, but I'll take your word for it. I do at least want to be kind. Hi, Alex Holdfast. Nice to see you. What? You're also watching women's short program ice skating from the Olympics? You mean, who isn't? Oh, I did thank you people for joining me today, because I do appreciate your company. Currently, we've got a Romanian skater. Her name's Souter. And she is flying sit spin 3. That definitely sounds like a sex position, right? Like some sort of weird sex act. A flying sit spin 3. What's the 3 for? I'm not sure. I'm not that into that kind of weird stuff, but I've been trying to figure out my bros type, and that's one thing he does for sure. I've been looking at ISTP, INTJ, ISFP lately. Previously, it was looking more at ISTJ. Well, the flying part comes from the fact that both of you are synced together in a large swing that goes like back and forth, flying you through the air, just to add a little dynamic motion to the whole thing. The sitting and spinning part seems pretty self-explanatory. The 3 comes from the fact that this is the third iteration of this idea. The first 2 having failed because of conceptual flaws. For example, the first flying sit spin 3 required both partners to be hang gliding, and then they realized the upside down hang glider crashed and died, so then they had to try flying sit spin 2. I thought it was the third because of a long respected lineage. Oh. No, it was actually like, 3.0. It's like Windows 3. Oh, he verifies everything you're saying, that you're saying it. Hey, bro, can I talk to you for a second? Yeah, but before you start, you should know we're entering this conversation under the auspices that everything you say is probably wrong. Now go ahead. Okay, well, bro, first thing I want to tell you is that I'm neurodivergent. All right, well, you're not off to a good start. Let me just tell you that. You don't have any idea what you mean when you say neurodivergent, nor does anybody else. I guess that's just gonna have to become a pizza. But I don't want to cut cheese up. That seems like such a pain in the ass. All right, well, what else could I do with this? You know, it's kind of a crazy idea. I like this idea. I'm digging this idea that I got in my mind right now. Picture this. Imagine a world where one man has an idea and everybody else becomes totally amazed. Here's my idea. I've got a smoked sausage in the fridge, and I could potentially first heat up the smoked sausage. That's a possibility. But then wrap the pizza dough around the sausage and make, I don't know, like baked in sausage loaf. He just has these TE bursts where he gets into a TE project, but it doesn't seem good enough to be second slot. But I feel like he speaks more TI to me because I seem to need super clear definitions. Tis I, Rick, tis I. Hello, how can I know whether I have NE or TE? You could have both. You know, they're not the same kind of function, so I have NE and FE, but an ESTJ has TE and NE, or an ENFP has TE, NE and TE. Right, there's no bull pack. You can't smoke a bowl until you pack it, just like you can't have rum till you sack it. I often get lost if things aren't clearly distinguished from one another. I think it comes across as pedantic. No, it sounds to me like you trying to pick your way through a field of things of varying degrees of relevance. Like, wait, so how does that relate to what it is you're trying to get at? Well, got a surprise for you, Ruben. It doesn't. If it does, only negligibly. But thank you for getting them back on point. So extroverted thinking is a way of solving problems or figuring out how to get from state A to state E, you know, in the most efficient way. TE is about things like make sure you do it in the right order of operation so that you don't have to undo some work to go back and do a step that you overlooked or didn't put in the right spot, you know. Extroverted intuition It's just about a bunch of worthless nonsense. I sit on the toilet and I just do this like. Sneer, sneer uai, flatje toe, gevaarlijk met harm. I just do that. It's like about complete pointlessness. That's a form of just extroverted intuition that strips away everything other than trying to make different sounding words. Because the challenge is whatever like word style sound you're on now, you tend to get stuck in that. You want to try to switch it up so it's like Enainer Guackle, Snur, Vanachitua. You want to try to make it sound like the word's different from the ones before it. Ideally, you go quickly enough that you it sounds like you're kind of saying something. Guacky, Guacky Fiesnernassel, Guacky Fiesnernassel, Gevaarlematarm. Guacky Fiesnernassel, Guackle. Subjective connections perceived into the external world. No, it's not subjective connections. It's like literally what I'm doing there is saying, here are possible sounds that people use to make up words, right? And I'm trying to put them together in a randomish sounding way with the criterion to uphold being disparateness. So if it's easier to imitate something like Hawaiian that doesn't have a lot of disparateness in it than it would be to do what I'm doing, because Hawaiians would be like wakinaka papa pupa papa poo. It's just all those kind of syllables. So that kind of stuff is not subjective or objective. The criterion of differentiation or disparateness is an objective criterion, and extroverted intuition puts information, we should say objects, on an external field. So in that regard, as its default, it could put it on the internal metaphysical field too. But accordingly, it's incorrect to talk about action functions as objective or subjective. Same with everything other than deliberation functions, if you want to be precise. FI's subjective, TI's objective. Other things, you can share the subjectiveness with other NE users. Not everything that an individual creates is, just because somebody creates something doesn't mean that subjectivity has occurred. We use subjective when we use it as an actual meaningful word that means something specific. We use it in one of two ways. People talk about a calculus being subjective or objective, that is to say, interested or disinterested. Or people talk about data as being objective or subjective, that is to say, data that we can all access it and observe it independently, or data that only you can access. So subjective data is stuff like your emotions and whether or not you have a stomach ache, your memories. Okay, any tool might very well do the same kind of a thing. Yeah, well, memory is a subjective form of data, but remembering something is not being subjective, because to be subjective is to use an interested calculus, which is to say, to determine something based on how important it is to you. So introverted intuition deals with objective data, and introverted sensing deals with subjective data. But it's also the case that my memory of what happened can be correct. In other words, just because I was there observing something myself and remember what happened doesn't mean that it's more likely to be incorrect because it's subjective data, as opposed to, um, say, reading a police report about an incident. In that case, it's objective data which compiles, which includes eyewitness testimony of some kind, right? But would represent also the articulation of things like the bloody hammer that was found at the scene of a crime or something. That's objective data, whereas, Miss Susan Wilson reported seeing a tall man running away from the scene. Well, that's her subjective data, but it's her memory about objective data, right? Well, I mean, that's why we say, look, people use it in two ways. There's data they're referring to, or people's decision making. If it's data, definitely memory is subjective data, right? But remembering things isn't, in any sense, being subjective in the same way that saving my own child first from the fire before trying to save anybody else's kid is being subjective. So I'm confused on whether I'm an ENTJ or an ENFP. Well, they're very different types. It is the case that they both have TE as an absolute value, but the they're going to have very different. They're going to test very differently on TI, and they're going to have a very different relationship with extroverted intuition. It's only dicey when you interpret the meanings of actions. So if my crush kissed me and I remember it, that's subjective. Well, the the data you attended to is objective, right? Your remembering of it is your memory represents subjective data. In other words, only you can access that proof that it happened, right? That you remember it. There may be other ways you can prove that it happened. Let's say there was a security camera there and it you have access to the tape. Well, now that's objective data. You can see the tape. It's not just a memory in your head, but so can somebody else see the tape, right? I don't think any SI type remembers things based on any sensible calculation of memory. Like, it is true that people remember traumatic stuff more strongly than they remember stuff that's not traumatic. But it's also the case that an SI user is recording data, their experience, and expressly what they are not doing is attending to relevance at all. Now, relevance being NI, like I don't remember like where I was exactly on the road when that song came on because it's relevant to anything. It just happens without me trying at all. No, well, I'm just trying to make clear the difference between objective and subjective data, right? So it it's not the case that you'd ever really actually need to prove that one way or the other, unless, let's say, the cops go, we suspect you for this crime. It occurred on April 9th at 9 p.m. And your alibi is, I was kissing Sarah. I go, well, let's talk to Sarah. And you go, unfortunately, she died a couple days ago. And I go, okay, well, how do we know you kissed her then? And if you say, I remember it clearly, then that's not objective data because they can't also review it. But if I say I remember it clearly and I have the security camera video of it, then that has the security camera video is objective data, so they can agree with you, right? If somebody's in court and they're testifying as to what they saw, an eyewitness testimony, then the jurors are asked to evaluate their words as objective data that they claim is an honest articulation of their subjective memory. If you're remembering a kiss from a dream, is that subjective data? Yeah, because the dream is subjective data and so is the memory. So there's no objective data in the mix at all. No problem, Cindy. No problem. It's like one bar and it immediately gets clogged again. Okay, G, can you please not be like hateful? Nobody wants you channeling the spirit of blamey hateful. Known as the blamiest, most hateful, rootin' tootinest, six shootinest, outlaw of the Wild West. Strange how people can be going through hard times in the moment. In the future, they look back on them as better times. I guess it's a lost thing. I don't know how to explain. Like I had X back then, not now. Well, Caroline, I was musing about this same thing just a couple days ago, maybe. How maybe it was yesterday even. I'm not sure. Maybe it was different. But I was looking. First, I was looking back on looking trying to find on my hard drive and then in my Google Photos / Google Drive, trying to find pictures of me as a debate coach with like debaters around me and such because I figured I'd put one of them on my application letter for the deli / stalker position that I'm going to apply for. Anyway, I ended up kind of ending up on a bit of a rabbit hole of looking at some of my older videos, stuff I'd made a long time ago, I forgot about, listening to some older songs and so forth. And seeing photos from different time periods, like from when I lived in Laverne, etc. And it made me think, like, it, it didn't seem to matter what period of time I was looking at photos from. I thought, wow, I really had a lot going on back then, you know. That was, those were exciting times as opposed to now, right? Which is unexciting times, I guess. But, and to a certain extent, there's a little bit of truth to that because since, uh, Sea Change 101, death of parents, moving up here, etc., I have, for a lot of that time anyway, been very much off my game. Not just not the same guy that I was before. Not not the person who's tweaking out, making stuff all the time, etc. So, to some extent, this time period does represent a period of less activity in general. You know, having fewer actual living human beings engaging with me on having fewer people engage less frequently in terms of IRL stuff. And having just generally less going on, a lot fewer responsibilities, and a lot less mess to deal with. Like when I was living in Laverne, I had this one overarching problem slash responsibility that kind of colored everything, which it was Kimberly being toxic, BPD, and me trying to navigate being in a relationship with that, which was obviously a constant struggle. Um, but is it SI to look back more fondly than on certain periods of time than how you experienced them? Well, I do think that there's a reality of those times are gone and I will never have those times again. Whereas the times I'm having now, I'm currently having them, so there's nothing to miss, right? And I think there's additionally a factor of time gone by is it links so intuitively to the general questions of mortality. Like the more chapters of life that you've got looking at in your photo album, the fewer chapters you have left. So it's also the case that people who have SI as an absolute value probably have both a better and slash worse relationship with the past, depending on how you look at it. Like, I, I would guess that SI1, SI3 is able to spend some good quality time paying attention to fond memories and experience that as something other than just sad slash terrifying. Whereas people who have it 4, 6, 8 are going to have a much less positive relationship with the past and nostalgia stuff. Well, y'all, didn't want to tell you, but I actually talked to them the other day, and they miss you too. They were kind of saying like they were wondering why you guys had ever broken up in the first place. I said, I don't know. It shocked me too. I thought they were so good for each other. Which function is responsible for how things work? How does this system work? Is it a TE? That's a TE question. So, how does this system work is essentially a TE question. But how does this explanation validate with internal consistency? What does this legal document mean? Those are TI questions. TE is not about language. It's about figuring out everything but language. Pretty much. There are some physicalities that are TI as well, like circuits. And people can, of course, make logic gates with electric circuits. So, and those things would be TI. And then from a values perspective, the value of TI is fairness or legitimacy. So it's a deliberative function that says, before anybody starts doing anything, let's make sure this is legitimate. And TE is a kind of action function in that it's the way to figure out how to solve a problem or reach a goal and how to do so with lower costs in terms of time and other resources and better returns. It's predicated on there being a clear subjective preference, right? Like, you can't landscape my yard for me, figure out how to landscape my yard for me, unless you know what I want it to look like, what kind of things I want to prioritize. You can't know what the best car for me is unless you know what I want to prioritize. So, like, that's not really a good example, but obviously you can't figure out how to reach a goal unless there's a goal, right? And a goal is a subjective preference. It's a state of affairs that's desired for subjective reasons. Yeah, logic gates are TI. Yeah, and efficiency, solvency is another way to put TE. Like in a debate round, you've got certain stock issues that are said to, if you meet all the stock issues, then you have successfully affirmed something. The stock issues are topicality, That means, is your case relevant to the assigned topic area? That's an NI concern. The next one is inherency. Is it the case that your advocacy overcomes an actual barrier in the status quo? In other words, the problem won't solve itself without your intervention, and that your intervention addresses a real barrier, such as, um, like, if your advocacy is just everybody should be nicer to each other, well, there's no barrier to that happening right now. So, whatever your plan is, it's not overcoming an actual barrier. So, something that lacked an actual barrier that's overcoming, or that will solve itself over time, that kind of thing, if you're advocating for that kind of thing, then your advocacy is said to lack inherency. And in that instance, it would seem to be measuring against a TE kind of a thing, and that you don't need to solve any problem that doesn't need a solution, right? You shouldn't try to solve a problem that doesn't need a solution. So I guess that would be a TE, an appeal is some kind of a TE value. Then you need to have harms, which is to say, well, it can be interpreted in two different ways. Number one, you should articulate the harms of the status quo with your advocacy not affirmed, and you should articulate the harms that are going to be caused by your advocacy, not just the benefits. Next, and that would be an appeal to SE, I guess, impacts, just straight up impacts. Solvency, the thing that your thing claims to solve, it should actually solve it. It doesn't have to solve it completely, but it should solve it beyond the status quo. And lastly, significance, that you should attain significant solvency / impacts, not just a little bit of them, right? So that's an appeal to extroverted sensing stuff. So if we go back over them, you've got topicalities and an appeal to NI. Well, let's start with, you got solvency, which is an appeal to extroverted thinking. You've got harms, which is an appeal to extroverted sensing. You've got inherency, which is an appeal to, I guess, extroverted sensing, maybe extroverted thinking. You've got topicality. I did that one. Topicality is an appeal to NI, and then significance, solvency, topicality, harms, inherency. Most of them are appeals to TE or SE. And the reason for that, I guess, is because the arguments that are more appeals to TI are likely to happen, like, they don't comprise a stock issue. Like, there's no stock issue that you have to articulate an agent who's taking the action for your affirmation, for your, if you're like in policy debate. You don't have to say that in my plan, it's Congress who's going to take action to pass this bill or something. You could just say, my plan is for the U.S. to invest this much money, blah, 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 blah. So that's not a stock issue. You can successfully run a plan without specifying an agent. But if you don't specify an agent, then you're subject to a critique called agent specificity. So it's wise to specify an agent because that critique is a voter and at least potentially a voter, and if you don't specify an agent, then you're just opening yourself up to potentially losing the round on what's essentially a theory argument. Did I explain next FI versus FE? Well, what would have to be in this question for it to be called a TITE question? A TE question is like, can you break down the task of taking the trash out into 5 steps? Exactly 5 steps. Everybody except TE blind spot will be able to do that. You can see if you observe the range of different kinds of responses, you can start to notice what it looks like when somebody's got stronger TE or weaker, but it's a test designed to identify blind TE. If you ask somebody with blind TE that question, they will not give you 5 steps. They'll give you one of a number of possible other things, but it'll be obvious they don't know what they're doing when it comes to ordinating tasks. Well, what I mean by figuring out systems other than language is everything that has its own unique logic to it. That's the purview of TE. It figures out those individual things, how they work. This folding chair works differently than the refrigerator, you know. So one can imagine that well, let me skip that. TI deals with language in the sense that it's dealing with binaries fundamentally. If John and Mary go to the store, then Susie will stay home. For TI, that's just the same as saying if P and Q, then R. And TI understands that the logic of language is universal. It's implicit to predicated on statement connectives like and, or, if then. And it's really a description of relationships of truth value and validity. So, you know, the statement, if P then Q, if P and Q then R, and not R, therefore not P and Q, not P and, not P or not Q, has a truth value of true. It's valid because it's always true conditionally. And we don't need to look at any externalities to determine the truth of a statement like that. It's the same as saying if Susie and Joe go to the store, then Susie will stay home. However, Susie did not stay home. Therefore, Joe and either Joe or Mary did not go to the store. We don't need to know who Joe, Mary, Susie are. We don't need to know what store or anything else, because the reason that sentence is true is because of identity relationships that are determined by set relationships established by the statement connectors. How do ENTP and ENFP each relate to TE? Well, I hate it. Who would be a better engineer, ENFP or ENTP? Probably ENFP, I would guess. Presumably ENTP would be a better physicist, but the thing is, both of those kinds of either rigorous reasoning that is generally found in physics and or applied rigorous reasoning, aka engineering, neither of those things are particularly well suited types. ENTPs and ENFPs are foremost generative actors. That is to say, people who ideate. And both types have a function that's most native slash comfortable slash reflexively expressive through words. I think that you can talk about plenty of other non-word expressions of extroverted intuition, like creativity with objects in some fashion that represents extroverted intuition, or coming up with different possible ways to solve the same problem, which is not necessarily going to be so linked to language. It may involve visualization and stuff like that. Or coming up with things that might possibly go wrong, like third slot NE does, and ISTJ at least. Man, it is cold and snowy and stormy. It's like the terrible beasts of the Arctic have come and blown their cold air all over my face. It's like a glacial fun shot. I was admiring the winter storm from afar, but then it ran up to me and gave me a glacial fun shot. So after I wiped the coldness off of my face and said, "Ew," I went back inside where it was warm. Yeah, it's pretty cold out there. I actually have a pair of gloves right there. If I'd worn, I would have been a little bit more comfortable. Really, just my hands that were getting cold. Curious about how SI and NE work together. Well, extroverted intuition, you can point to examples of how it might operate off of both of those things. So, like Kaiser Soze at the end of, what's that movie called? All the Usual Suspects. He's NEing off of SE. He's saying, Once upon a time, there was a guy named Mr. Keyboardington, and he owned a laptop store. But what his real passion was being a musician and playing guitar in a band at night. Uh, the band was called The Lamps, and um, one of the things they did is they handed out books to people in the audience. So that's extrovertedly intuiting on SE. Extrovertedly intuiting off of SI goes like, there was once a guy who had a Mazda RX-7. Now, if you're not familiar with the RX-7, okay, well, I had a car. My first car was a Mazda. It wasn't an RX-7. So extroverted intuition says, well, I'm going to take this fact from my life, Mazda, and then change it a bit because I don't want it to be just SI, so I'm going to make it an RX-7. Then I'm going to use more SI to say, an RX-7, as you may or may not know, has a rotary engine, which once upon a time was all the hot rage. Well, no, I mean, when one is NIing off of stuff in the external metaphysical field, like when one's watching a YouTube video or something and NIing off of that, then you know it, it's some equivalence to NIing off of SE, I guess, or NIing off of SI, right? Like there's some equivalence there where NI can NI off of SE, in which case it's things like timing, like knowing when the right moment to stop stalking the animal and let the arrow fly is. Too soon, you'll spook it away. Too late, it'll have already run off. Um, just the right moment, then you're going to hit it and you get to eat that animal. So that's how NI and SE go together. NI and NE go together like, is this thing that's being said holistically true? Does it resonate as universal? Does it resonate as good or correct or other holistic conclusions that NI draws about things? So, if, for example, you're looking at a crime scene and you notice all these drawers pulled out and various valuables gone and stuff, you're going to intuit that it's a robbery, perhaps. That would be NIing off of SE to get meaning, rather than NIing with SE in order to get timing, right? So there's, I guess it gets a little bit more complicated accordingly. Do I believe in grips and loops? I kind of believe in being in the grip of your fourth slot function. I think everybody, when they experience trauma, they they anytime a person experiences trauma, I think they retreat to their fourth slot function to some extent because there's an understanding, even in people who don't understand cognitive functions, that there's certain parts of their life that they underserve, right? And your fourth slot function is going to consciously seem to be the culprit for the trauma. That wouldn't have happened if I had just been paying more attention to this fourth slot thing the whole time. So, you know, if an ISTJ has trauma, they're going to think this wouldn't have happened if I had been less locked into what was familiar and happened all the time and more ideationally active and thinking of other possibilities. For an ENTP, is going to go, this wouldn't have happened if I weren't so focused on my different ideational possibilities and more reliably attending to maintenance tasks and other SI stuff. So if that period of wound licking stretches on for some stretch of time, you might call that being in the grip of your fourth slot function. Loops, well, it is true that people have intrusive memories, for example. Maybe they keep remembering the same traumatic thing or something. And it's conceivable that every time they remember it, it triggers a similar response. If that repeats frequently, it might seem to be like a loop, but I don't really think that's a very meaningful distinction to make. Okay. So, I guess I'm giving up on the bread and going pizza. I didn't really want to do that, but I guess that's what I'm going to have to do. I'm hungry. We need to eat. And this pizza dough that I made last night and then added more yeast to today does not seem to be rising enough that it would qualify as bread. But you know what? It's kind of, well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to make a pizza, and then with the remaining dough, I'll make a little loaf of bread. Okay. This should be enough for the pizza because I do a very special kind of crust called cracker crust. No, it's not made out of crackers. It's flat like a cracker. It's even thinner thin crust. So it looks like I got some flour right here I can use. There we go. Now, we just move that around a little bit. And then we're going to get this. This is a rolling pin. You may remember these things from the cartoons. This is what housewives hit their husbands over the head with. In the old days, they didn't used to have head injuries. Head injuries weren't invented until football popularized them. So I want you to keep this in mind also. Dough is not very honest, okay? It will try to deceive you. It'll be like, oh, I'm thin enough. That's as thin as I go. Don't believe it for a second. It can go a lot thinner. No, I'm thin enough. You aren't thin enough. Not for Eric's patented cracker crust pizza. But surely I'm thin enough now. No, you're still not thin enough. Keep in mind, folks, this is not a commentary on your body. This is purely a commentary on pizza crust. Okay, now that seems pretty good. Okay, so we're going to get this, and we're just going to, okay. So we just kind of, that like so. Hopefully I didn't do too much. I think it's going to be fine. That like so. We can add these pieces to any empty spots. Now, I'm going to get this pizza dough here. And we're going to move it over here to this. As you can see, it doesn't reach all the way to the end. But that's okay because we've got these extra pieces. That one can go right there. And then we'll chop this like here. This one can go here. Let's press that down with our pushing fingers to make it smush into the other piece. There we go. It's a good smush. Now, okay, push that down there. Push it there. Got this little piece right there. Okay. Now, I'm not sure we really have enough tomato paste left in this for this whole pizza, but we'll see how far it goes. Okay. Doing pretty good. And hopefully we got enough cheese. Just smear that all around. I think we are going to have enough tomato paste. Barely, but the goal here with the tomato paste, you're not trying to put a big thick layer of it all over the place. You want a nice thin layer because it's powerful tasting. It's concentrated tomatoes. But at the right amount, it's the perfect thing for the pizza, I'll tell you. Like once you try this, you're just going to immediately throw away all of your pizza sauce. Get out of here, you foul failure of an imitation of a thing. I've now discovered tomato paste. I won't be using you again. That's what you'll say. Okay. Good. Good. Fine. Done. Whatever, good enough. Then you get like every last little speck. Alright. Now, we need to get some cheese. Actually, what we're going to get instead, well, in addition, oh no, we only have 2 cheeses left. Well, that's a problem. That's a major problem. Okay, well, oh, we have 3 cheeses left. That's a little bit less of a significant problem. It's just gonna be a little under cheesed. So, Operation Under Cheese. First, we're going to clip off these things. Okay. Now I'm going to break this off on this. Okay. I'm going to stack these cheeses on top of each other. And we're going to do the long ways first. There. Now, we'll do the short ways. Okay, there we go. Now that we have those chopped up, we're just going to sprinkle them around. Try to get as many different areas covered as evenly as we can. Those are big pieces. Well, you know, you get an occasional big piece in life. Sometimes everything's all finely chopped up, and sometimes a little bit less so. This is one of those times. There's there, that over there. There we go. All right, that looks pretty good. Now we're going to get this. This is garlic powder. And we're going to just sprinkle it all around. Don't put too much, but don't be chintzy either. That's the right amount. Now, let's hit it with a bit of the chopped onions. Okay. Let's get it with a little bit of pepper. Not too much though. Just a sprackling. Okay. Next, get this. This is called oregano. Some people call it oregano. But it told me recently it prefers to be called oregano. So, you know, I try to respect people's wishes when it comes to stuff that's all about their identity like that, you know. Okay, this is ready to go in the oven. You might say, Eric, that was born ready to go in the oven. But you'd be wrong. It had to go through a bunch of different stages to become ready to go in the oven. Now, we can put some things away. We gotta put the lid back on the chopped onions. Put the scissors back. This knife needs to be washed. These things go in the trash. This goes in the trash. This goes in the trash. This goes in the trash. This rolling pin, we could just put it directly back in the drawer. Okay. Put this in the trash now. And let's think about maybe going and getting a cup of coffee. We're getting a lot of snow. I'm surprised by how much snow we have. Well, this pizza is, I'm making it because it's the leftover dough from last night. So I don't have to make new dough. I might also, at the same time, bake a miniature loaf of bread from the same dough. But I'm shocked by how much snow we're getting. I expected this to be alternating between snow and rain, which is what the weather predictions all said, with much more rain than snow, but it hasn't turned out that way. We could totally build a snowman. We have that much snow. We could build mini snowmen. Just take a look at all of that snow. just falling out of the sky like it's nobody's business. Let me go get some clothings, some warmer clothings, and I will return. In the meantime, you can look at all this snow falling out of the sky like it's nobody's business. You know, I actually might have to go somewhere today. There might be another pack of cigarettes in my car, but I might be on my last pack of cigarettes. And if I am on my last pack, well, I only have 2 left, and that includes the one I'm about to light. So if in fact I'm almost out of cigarettes, then I definitely will be going out today. The car there at the top, it's right at the edge of the driveway, and you can't really see the road, but the road's right in front of it, and the road is snowplowed. Some branches are breaking somewhere back here. Is that? I think it might have been. I think it might have been right there. Okay. I get one more thing. You guys just keep an eye on things. I'll be right back. Ooh. So the bobsled was on TV inside. One interesting fact a lot of people don't know about the bobsled, and I was reminded of this because I saw the French team competing, is that in France they call it the Robert sled. Do they really call it the Robert sled in France, Eric? I don't know. I probably not. I'm assuming that. I don't know. You can see how much snow there is, but you look at how piled up on it in the mini it is. And I could see through the kitchen window. It does appear that that branch I heard breaking is on that tree right there. So this is what happens when you get a lot of wet snow all at once. You end up with a lot of broken tree branches. That can correlate with power outages as well. Did I leave my coffee inside? What a dumbass I am. Oh, oui, oui. I'm going to compete in Le Robert Sled. That's how the French say it. Okay, well, we finally did it. We're outside. I've even got my glasses. I've got everything a man can possibly need. There's little birds flying around right now. Flying underneath the mini, I guess, to get shelter from the storm. I wonder if they previously had resided on that branch that broke. Well, I wish you all the best, little birds. I don't envy you living outside in the cold. Your brother got hail on his way back from work. It's about as close as to snow as you get, huh? Hi, I'm JoJo. Nice to see you. Well, you're pretty close to Reno, right? Oh, there's a little bird. Makes me want to put out some sunflower seeds for the woodland friends, but I think they just sink into the snow and be buried in the snow right away, so what's the point? I'll wait until tomorrow. Hey, this is not going to stick very long. Like, even just sitting on the ground here, you can just kind of see the wetness of it. The weather report inside on the computer says it is currently heavy rain, even though it's clearly not raining at all. So it's very close to rain temperatures, though. South Lake Tahoe is a good area for camping. First time I did whippets. Well, you know, camping and whippets, those seems like things that would go good together. Just like Spam and camping go well together. Or a can of chili. American style chili, you know, like Hormel chili. That's a good camping food. You can just cook it in the can over the fire and eat it out of the can with just any spoon, or, ideally you got one of those click together camping utensil sets that has a fork, a knife, and a spoon on it. But you don't necessarily need the knife, because you're going to have a knife anyway with you, like a pocket knife, camping knife kind of a thing if you're camping. The cold snap Florida has killed many invasive species, supposedly. Some Floridians, though, don't think it's a good thing. What do you think, Eric? Well, I guess it would depend on the invasive species and the kind of ecosystem damage they're doing. For example, there's an invasive species in Florida called the walking catfish that's not native to Florida, but that nevertheless provides a lot of food for predatory birds, owls, hawks, stuff like that. Because I guess they walk across the land, these kind of catfish. Like, as a given puddle kind of starts to dry up or something, I guess they'll just climb out onto the land and walk over to a different puddle. Just learned about them and Naked and Afraid on Sunday night. I know also that Florida has a problem with boa constrictors, which are not native to Florida and are a very successful snake predator of, I guess, birds and other small animals and such. I guess iguanas are not native to Florida, and they have iguanas there. And then when they have a freeze, you gotta watch out, because the iguanas will freeze in the tree and fall out of the tree and fall on your head, and you'll be injured. Wow. I mean, they predicted a goodly storm, but I definitely was not anticipating this much snow. I figured if you get a couple inches, it would stick for a little while. If you get some rain, it would wash it away. Well, you figured wrong, Eric. I do believe I took in everything that would be damaged by precipitation, and that I turned over buckets and stuff that would otherwise fill up with precipitation. So I've done a pretty good job. Very responsible, very ISTJ of me. Whew. It's a lot warmer in here than it is outside, that's for sure. I wonder if I added even more yeast to this, if it would rise more, if it's just exhausted all of its riseability or something. I want it to be like all poofed up and then put it in. But I already re-yeasted this once this morning, and it didn't produce the desired results, really. Sure, it's a little more risen than it was when I first looked at it this morning, but not that much. I want it to be big like an afro, and just as full of hair. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it or not, but I do believe that branch right there is broken. the weight of the snow. Well, you know what's thematically appropriate to the weather? The Winter Olympics, that's right. Currently, the Robert sled is on, but we'll see what other events they might have to offer for a prospective viewer of Olympics action. All right, let me go to the library. Wait, when is short part 2? Wasn't I already watching that? Oh, that's part 1. Okay, fair enough. Let me look at the library. See what we got in the Winter Olympics choosing venue. I'm not that interested in any of these. Well, Nordic combined. That sounds kind of good. All right, Nordic combined it is. And I think I'm going to, you know what, I'll wait until after the pizza's done and I put in the bread and the string. There may not be many people here, but I'm just fine with continuing my low energy pleasantries in front of the camera for a little while longer. Low energy pleasantries. At some point, I'm going to have to go up to the car and see if there is another pack of cigarettes in there or not. I think there might be. I'm really unsure. Hi, show me you. Put it 50-50. If I were a betting man, I would bet that there is another pack of cigarettes in there. But I won't be too disappointed if there's not, because I'm fairly unsure about that. But I do think I bought 3 packs of cigarettes last time I went to the store, and I can only account for 2 of them in my head, so. Nordic combined men's team large hill plus ski jump. Oh, I see. Well, is there something else they do on the large hill besides ski jump? Looks like they're cross-country skiing. So they cross-country ski to the ski jump and then jump the ski jump? I've never heard of this event before. But that's fine. I'm willing to give it a chance. I love cross-country skiing as much as anybody. Sometimes called the most thrilling sport in all the world. And, it's got that exciting staggered start where everyone takes turns going from the starting line. That's probably a good way to do it. That way you don't end up with a bunch of congestion. However, it does make it a little less exciting because, of course, whoever's in front is not actually necessarily winning the race. Looks like there's pretty dry winter in this particular part of Italy, but sufficient snow to provide an adequate cross-country track, obviously. They've got these little kind of boundary marker things that look like the top of pine trees sticking out of the snow. That's kind of a sensible nod to naturalism, I suppose. Well, the Austrian J. Lamparter is the first to cross the line, but I think he was the first one to start, so I'm not sure if he's actually. Oh no, he's definitely in first place. He's in first place by 12 plus seconds. So I guess at this point, the stagger's already processed or something. I'm not sure. Maybe the stagger was based on how they finished in prelims or something. Regardless, the Austrian is in first place. That's one of those countries you expect to do very well at the Winter Olympics. Austria and Norway. Those are like the top two, maybe Switzerland. Where does this subjective preference come from in extroverted thinking, which determines the nature of their goals? It doesn't come from extroverted thinking. It comes from either introverted feeling or somebody else's introverted feeling, right? Like, obviously, to solve a problem, there has to be a problem in search of a solution. And whether or not something's a problem for somebody is very much subjective. Like, I might not care that this thing gets scratched and looks a little uglier. Other people, it might be a big deal to them. So, introverted feeling knows what goal it wants to attain, what things it wants to protect, what problems it wants to solve. And, that plays out in different ways depending on different things. Like, my dad was an ESTJ, and he had TE Dom, fourth slot FI. He was very concerned about the practical needs of his family, taking care of his family, making sure we were all okay, and so forth. But I guess it's also the case that some of your goals could link to SI stuff. Like, an ESTJ had this house before we bought it, but after the initial people made it. That ESTJ did this incredibly dumb thing. He put these horrible ceiling fans like in every room. That's probably driven by SI as a goal, right? Like SI and TE itself, which is to say, like you don't really need to look to your introverted feeling to want to save money on on cooling costs. Well, that's the thing. Good extroverted thinking is good or bad depending on the its adherence to the desired outcome. So if, like, let's say it's before the shot clock in basketball and I'm the Princeton head coach and I'm coaching my team to just hold the ball forever, to never take any shots, and try to limit the total number of offensive possessions the other team has. And let's say I'm so good at this strategy that it gets me all the way to the finals of the NCAA tournament or something. Well, that's very good TE for by that coach because his goal is to have his team win as much as possible against other teams that have more talent on them. So that's a great way to find a workaround to your lesser talent. It's terrible TE if you're representing the interests of the sport as a whole, because obviously, if that kind of strategy is allowed to be successful, then everybody who's less good will do that, and gains will slowly accrue. And the solution was to make a rule called the shot clock. And that was another TE thing, right? Like, basketball has its own logic to it. The game as a spectator sport has its own logic to it, and the solution is specific to that logic. Now, doesn't this look good? Doesn't this look wonderful? Yes, it does. We're going to take out this, and we're going to cut it. Into squares. So we start by cutting it into rectangles. So anyway, the example with the basketball thing is good TE is in the eye of the goal haver, right? Okay, now since we're going to cut a little loaf of bread here, I guess I'll put these on this plate. Okay. All right, now let's put this on here. All right, now we're gonna just make like this into like a baguette. Squish it up a bit because the outside bit of it is kind of dried off. Now, we're going to take this, we're going to make it into a baguette shape. Now, I know it doesn't seem like the biggest baguette in the world. There. That seems nice. I would just give it a little cut like that. There. Into the oven you go. So the pizza was 20 minutes, then this should be at least 30 minutes. I think. Doesn't that seem about right? I think so. If it's not, we'll find out. How do they know what something should be good? Okay. It is the case that good extroverted thinking will demonstrate a good grasp of ordinality. In other words, they're not likely to do step 3, 4, 5, 6, only to realize that they needed to do step 2 before they did any of those. I got some pizza here for you if you want.
Yes, I really do. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know if Jared texted you, but he said that he called out of work, so we don't have to watch.
Okay. I forgot about it. Do you think every type unconsciously expects other people to behave like their dual? No. I think everybody expects other people to be responsive in some way to their tool function.
Which function?
Their tool function. So,
oh, yeah.
So if your tool functions FE, you're going to expect everybody to be at least somewhat responsive to FEQs and somewhat providing of FEQs. If NI is your tool function, you're going to expect that the things people say are going to be relevant to something.
The FE tool for me, like, if I say I'm like, hi, hello, how you doing? To like one of the cash registers, but one of the cashiers, and they don't like respond back, I usually feel like very like.
You know, or if you make more than one attempt to wave to somebody who's driving by and they don't wave back to you.
No, but like when we're at the restaurant and I'm like, hi, how are you? And I just get like, hi, back. I'm like, oh. Like I'm not like, my FE is not, it's not working. And it feels like it's not working. Like I'm like, oh, I can't. Like this is a boundary or something.
Or, you know, I mean, to some extent, like, when we'd go back to my house in Arcadia and see my dad with this foul look on his face, we were operating the assumption, both of us to some extent, that if it weren't about us, he'd give us some indication that it wasn't about us, you know, which would be a very FE thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah, we always thought his face meant something wrong with us, when it really could have been just his resting face.
I can't tell if my tool function is 10,000 days or lateralis. I have no idea what that means. Cloud kicker. Hope you've been kicking some clouds. Otherwise, the rain will never come out of it. So much snow. Did you?
I can't believe it.
I had no.
And it's going to continue.
I did not, was not imagining we were going to get anywhere close with this
Thank
much
God.
snow.
I'm glad you parked where you did.
Mm-hmm. Well, the reason tool is not Dom is because number one, your tool function is an instrumental value. So you're using it to accomplish something else, not using it as an engine itself. And number two, because it's your second function, it's maximally overweighted in terms of conscious attention, which is to say, with any DOM, I know where it's appropriate to not use extroverted intuition. Whereas with TI, my tool function, I'm going to, it's the hammer I always use, so everything's getting hammered down, whether it's a nail or a nice new panel of drywall. But also because it's both one of your most conscious / competent functions, and you're not using it as an end in itself, it means that, like, you're doing your best to be effective. And so when it's like, if somebody is, so you find a place that has gold in it and you're trying to mine some of the gold, and you go there and somebody else is also mining in that same place. It might annoy you, but what's really going to annoy you is if somebody who doesn't even care about the gold just seems to be, for reasons unimaginable to you, to just be preventing you from getting there. Like, they keep getting in your way and taking like one of your objects and throwing it back down the hill, so you have to walk back down and get it. It's like, this person whose my tool function is their polar, they don't know how to do anything right. They are preventing me from doing anything right. Their whole frame of reference is just ass backward in every conceivable way. Well, zombies actually have the exact same personality that they had during life. So, like, if I become a zombie, I'll be an ESP still. Mm. Yeah, well, I mean, INFJs, they're anti-Dom's FE tool. So my FE is not always that great. Depending on when you listen to me, I might come across as like arrogant or pedantic or argumentative or what have you. FE tool is going to be both very well versed in FE stuff, and it's going to be responsive to somebody else who's FE front stack, but it's also going to be instrumental, so it's not going to be a deal breaker for them if I've got bad FE. Concurrently, their NI is knowing stuff worth knowing if and when it's knowing about stuff worth knowing about. So the content I make is exactly in their wheelhouse to know about it. I provide TI sound stuff, which allows them to be TI correct, which is their scorecard. And it resonates as holistically correct, or it's intuitively the correct intuitive leap to make, or what have you, which validates on their dominant or main absolute value. Additionally, what I'm saying is new, unless you've listened to me for a long time, compared against other people who talk about typology or things in general. What I'm saying is new, and the insights I have had regarding typology and that I continue to articulate are different in a good way, which is to say, they're uh, they're a path out of the morass of bad intuition comprising the majority of typology. IIRC, when I did these online tests, I typed as INFJ. Well, you and like 50% of human beings. Because those tests are either simply guilty of using heuristics to type people that are based on faulty type descriptions and therefore identify the wrong things as correlates with INFJs, or was a problem simply because of self-reporting issues and norms regarding certain kinds of personality traits being more sexy than others, or because the test provider is incentivized and they sell more after reports to people who they type as INFJ, INTJ, ENTP, INTP. Trump's an ESFP. This came out excellent.
It really did. Thank you so much.
Well, as far as I can tell just from musing about it, the possible ways of paying attention being knowing, determining, acting, and interfacing. Those are implicit to being a sentient, self-aware living being. That, as far as humans can tell, life requires all of those and only all of those 8 functions that we talk about, because those are all the possible relationships between put, get, receive functions and 4 fields. So, like, the taxonomy of cognitive functions into 2 knowing functions, 2 deliberation, 2 action, 2 interface is naturally occurring, because, like, the things you're making permutations of include 2 different ways of 2 different epistemologies or epistemics, and 2 different ways of taking action, because you're dealing with things that are either fluid, spectral, real time, or you're dealing with things that are binary, turn based, and or like timeless, for example. Well, hi, Canoe? Is that what that says? I'll make this a little bigger. So, Epstein files. Well, my number one takeaway from that whole thing is that it continues to confirm something that I never used to think was at all likely, which is that you get a certain level of rich and powerful. It apparently morally corrupts you in dramatic ways. Like, I was seeing something that kind of was an ancillary link to the Epstein stuff. It was all about, certainly it seemed as though these communications occurring between Bill Gates and somebody else, that it seemed as though they were discussing the upcoming COVID pandemic before it happened. Is it plausible that super rich and powerful people would want to release a virus like that? Well, yeah, it's plausible if you imagine it being envisioned as depopulating rather than as not being that deadly and incurring massive unintended and unanticipatable economic harms because of the lockdowns. I mean, obviously, all the sexually exploitive stuff is horrific. But I'd say it goes a lot deeper than that. There appears to be a hubris among these people where they don't care about the legitimacy of their plan. They just they have this unfounded conviction that what they envision is best, and that the action that they take will produce the intended outcome. Obviously, none of those people is smart enough to be unilaterally making decisions for everybody. I'm not sure anyone is, but anyone who would be smart enough to make unilateral decisions for everybody would prefer those decisions be informed by a robust debate instead. So I'm going to look in my car to see if I have another pack of cigarettes or not. If I don't, then at some point today I am going to have to try to make it out of here to get cigarettes. But I think it's more likely than not that I do have one more pack of cigarettes in the car.
Knock on wood. I'm knocking on wood.
Me too. Alright, so let's go check that out. I'll even put on my gloves since I'm probably going to have to wipe some snow off of the car before it'll be able to open the door and stuff. Okay. Gloves? Check. Body? Check. Keys? Check. What's the best way to get the car? I think this way should be a little bit easier than the other way, so. Is that Acacia? Oh yeah, we got some snow. Diddly o, as they say. That's some bad news. Don't have any more cigarettes. And gonna entail some serious shoveling. I think I'm probably just gonna have to make do till tomorrow morning. I don't know. If I get a bug up my ass, maybe I'll go try to shovel in front of my car. But I guess I should never have put that insect poison near my butthole. Now I'm less likely than ever to get a bug up my ass. Yeah, right, Cloud Kicker? Yeah, this is a shocking amount of snow, actually, compared to what I was expecting. I mean, it wouldn't be unsafe on the roads, per se, because the snow plows are in absolute overdrive as soon as it starts snowing here. I've seen the snow plow pass multiple times today. They're really on top of plowing the roads. But, I just don't want to deal with the amount of labor / likelihood of frustration I'm undertaking as a possibility if I go out there and try to shovel and get the car out of the driveway, because, well, it's at the top of the driveway, but it's not the same thing as on the street.
So what happened?
I don't have any cigarettes in my car. No. But well, there's a few possibilities. Possibility one, I have another partial pack of cigarettes around here somewhere that I've misplaced. Possibility two, I can just smoke butts / this one cigarette I have left. Or possibility three, I could go out there and shovel in front of the car.
What's three?
I could go shovel in front of the car and, you know. So I'm just going to sit on this idea for a little bit and see what happens. What's up, Eric Acacia et al. Driving the wilderness car to Bootjack? No, I would just drive the regular car, but it'd be harder to get the wilderness car out, actually, because it's at the bottom of the driveway in the garage, whereas the cruise is parked at the top of the driveway. So you just have to shovel in front of it, and I'd be able to get out, in theory. But, you know, do I have that much verve in me? Tough question. I have some verve. That much verve? I don't know about that. It's like my body doesn't naturally produce as much verve as your neurotypical person would produce. Oh, did I forget to mention I'm neurodivergent? Yeah, I got the big three. Got your ADHD, your autism, and your Down syndrome. Groundhog said more winter? Groundhogs are notorious liars, though, so I think he just picks one at random every year, frankly. He says he's got the inborn weather talents of generations of groundhogs before him. But I'm not convinced any of them had any actual talent at determining the weather. Let me turn that off. Don't worry, I'm not going to show you. I was super aware of it. I don't think it's done yet. I think we're going to give it about 6 more minutes. So let's go look over here. Again, I'm not showing you, don't worry. Let's see what kind of butt supply we have. I don't think we have much of a butt supply because last time I ran out of cigarettes, I burned through the butt supply and I haven't smoked out here since. So I have a few little butts I can see on the ground here and there. Not much in the way of butts. Now let's ask the next kind of question that might produce something that we might call a solution. Eric, is it possible? Take a moment to think about it. What does that sound? Oh, it's a snowplow. Is it possible that you left a partial pack of cigarettes in another garment? If so, which garment would it likely be? Can we locate that garment? And potentially extract from it cigarettes. Well, let's start by checking this. This is overalls. We've got a big pocket in the front. No cigarettes in it. Alright, so I didn't really think they might be there, but I am thinking it's possible. Well, here's a jacket. Like, it's possible I could leave cigarettes in a jacket, such as this jacket here. Possible, yes. But did I leave cigarettes in this jacket? No. I'll hang it up since I'm here. And I'll check other pockets like this, that, this, maybe this. No, nothing. How about this one? I didn't even know I had such a jacket as this one. Nope, no cigarettes there either. Okay, so chances of finding pack of cigarettes are dwindling quickly. There was an occasion one time, I think I ended up throwing them all away, but where I put away like a container of cigarette butts. Just for hard times someday. Never know. What is this? fishing tackle. I'm not looking for fishing tackle. I'm not planning on going fishing today. Do they keep that thing? I don't think so. They threw it out. I was like, why am I getting all these gross air? Well, Eric, for obvious reasons, you dumbass, you keep a bunch of cigarette butts because of moments like this. There are enough cigarette butts lying around here that could probably be fine. But I haven't even checked the most important jacket of all yet. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Jacket. That's the most important jacket of all. Look at all that cat shit. Guess I should clean that while I'm here. Fine. I will clean the cat shit. Okay. Good job, Eric. All right, well, I don't think I saved any of those cigarette butts. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It may also be the case that I have some cigarette butts in the Mini Cooper. Usually, those butts don't really make it in smokable shape because when I put them out by outside the window, I end up kind of crushing away the essence. Well, here's my little baguette. Take a trip to France without leaving your kitchen. All right, now this mixing bowl goes in there. Turn that off. Turn that off. Yeah, I probably do have a vape somewhere. No doubt I do. But I think I'll be able to get by on just cigarette butts just fine. And of course, smoking bong rips, which is an effective enough substitute for cigarettes if you just want to smoke something. Like, I'm actually not super addicted to smoking. Surprisingly. I think I got less addicted to it when I took Wellbutrin. But I can go a fair long amount of time without incurring any withdrawal symptoms. Mostly it's just a habit. Go outside, do that thing for a second, you know. It's one of those kind of dealios. Seems about right. For double risen pizza dough bread. Seems about right. Not that I have a lot of history with that particular kind of bread. But, you know what I do believe? I believe in my dreams. And I believe in a future where everyone is always okay. Alright, so last ditch Hail Mary, wishful thinking. Maybe I gotta pack cigarettes in this jacket. It's not impossible, but it's untrue. I guess that settles it. I don't have any more cigarettes. Which function is more important for programming, TE or TI? TE these days, I would suspect for sure, because it's not like if you're programming nowadays, you're coding lines of code per se. By and large, you're going to be taking modules, certain elements of application or complete applications, and putting them together with other things. Things like, you know, ballet. I have not decided whether I'm going to go to Bootjack or not. No, I'm not taking the wilderness car anywhere because it's in the garage at the bottom of the driveway. It might or might not be able to handle this much snow, but it's, regardless, not a good way to travel all the way to Bootjack, nor to the Triangle Market. So, instead, if I do go, I will dig out right in front of my car, which I parked at the top of the driveway so I could easily get out to the street if I needed to. And the snowplows have been by many times already, so the streets are all plowed.
What are you thinking about doing?
I was just re-articulating show media about where the car is, what I need to do if I wanted to go to Bootjack, etc. I think what I want to do right now, yeah, she's my little wilderness wife. That's right.
Yes.
Or as I like to call her, city wife, country wife.
City wife, country wife.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. I love you.
I love you too. Okay, I guess there's. Where's the grinder? What? Oh, there it is. inconveniently located over there where I leave things. I guess as long as I'm getting out, might as well go refresh my coffee with some hotter coffee. Put these guys right here. Oops, sorry, trouble. I mean, I don't find the nicotine addiction particularly compulsive, right? Like, the thing that makes quitting smoking hard to do is that, number one, I don't want to quit smoking because it's not like you don't incur the kind of harms that you do with unsustainable drug or alcohol abuse, right? It's not good for you. You might incur some substantial health harm at some point, but until then, you're not. The only harm you're experiencing on an ongoing basis is the cost. But number two, because of the way people smoke cigarettes, including me, you get really habituated into certain kinds of things. Like, I smoke a lot more when I'm live streaming than when I don't. When I'm not live streaming. Like, making myself a cup of coffee makes me want to go have a cigarette. The other issue with right now is if we weren't in the middle of a storm, then I would have a lot more butts ready to go outside. But all of the butts that I've smoked and left out here in front or over here, they're all wet from the storm. So those are all no good. I do have a vape someplace. Probably in this basket here. I have to empty out the whole basket and dig around to try to find it though. Right, well, that's because I wanted to know exactly what my decision was, right? Like, discovering that I did not have cigarettes. I have a cigarette here, and I have partials as well. But I wanted to be able to process the decision of whether to go get more cigarettes tonight or wait until tomorrow morning. I wanted to process that with all the knowledge that I needed. So it's a moot point if I already had more cigarettes. I mean, that's the thing, Iron Lion. I'm not saying I don't have cravings for cigarettes. What I am saying, though, is mostly when I want to smoke, it's because of the way it's ingrained in my associations rather than because I actually am craving nicotine. I have to not smoke for quite a while to feel nicotine craving. Just like the fact that I smoke weed all the time is not indicative really of whether I'm craving weed or not. It's also ingrained in into a bunch of associations. Like, I associate live streaming with pointed bong rips as well. Well, it's like they used to have smoking sections in restaurants, right? And if you smoked back then, you probably had some kind of associative trigger that when you sit down and get your drink at the restaurant, that's when you light a cigarette or something. And so at first, when they made all the restaurants non-smoking, such a person, when they went into a restaurant, would be like, reach in for a cigarette and go, I can't smoke anymore. But it wouldn't take long before that associative trigger was broken, and they would never think about having a cigarette when they're inside of a restaurant. Now, I do go outside and smoke sometimes when we go to a restaurant, but that, again, has nothing to do with craving nicotine. It has to do with, like, okay, there's too much empty time here while we're waiting for our food to get delivered to the table. So I'm impatient for the food, and going outside and smoking a cigarette will make me a little less impatient, you know? Lamparter, still in first place, representing the nation of Austria. He has a fairly sizable gap on the people following him. You know, given that I don't exactly have anything on the agenda for this afternoon and evening, and that I'm probably going to end the live stream soon, you know, maybe I see myself going out and trying to get to boot joke. I don't know. It's like I'd be fine if I don't get cigarettes till tomorrow, but it's also the case that I'm kind of just putting off a shoveling chore that won't be any better tomorrow morning than it is now. So first place, so still Austria. Second place, still Norway. But if that's the front of the line, then Norway's about to pass Austria. Cat in the box, huh? Well, your cat, and the box. Hello. I don't have any wilderness commandos. Oh yeah, we're still good. It's still falling like nobody's business.
When is it supposed to? How long is it gonna be continuing?
I don't even know it.
You know?
I could look on the thing here.
Yeah.
See what it says. See full forecast.
Wow. Wow.
Well, if I want to wait for it to stop, I used to wait till 6 in the morning. Ruben is here. And we are getting hammered by snow.
Yeah. Is this worse than snow? You think it's gonna be worse than Snowmageddon?
No. Because we're going to get like maybe a couple of feet. Imagine worst case scenario, we get somehow 3 feet of snow this storm. The thing about Snowmageddon is like several storms right back to back to back, each of which had multiple feet of snow, and it was.
But aren't we supposed to have like a few days of snow?
Well, yeah, but it's still that's just one storm.
Oh, okay.
So
And then I'm pretty sure.
we'll have some days it dries out. Plus, it's uh, it's just not that cold, so it's not gonna stick as much. I would do a bootjack drive live stream, except for the fact that between here and bootjack, there are a couple spots where I unavoidably will lose connectivity because of not having any bars. It's the reason why I don't like take you on a walk around the block or something too, because we just don't have any bars back here. But yeah, the snow is great for uh, summer water
Yeah, we were
availability.
definitely for the snow.
A snowpack is much to be preferred over rain during this time of year because it feeds the rivers in such steady flow rather than just a whole bunch now and then nothing. Well, we do have Verizon, and Verizon is the best choice for back here, which means in a pinch, if we have to make a phone call, there's a decent chance if we walk around a little bit, we can get one bar or something. But like when our car broke down and we had to call a tow truck, we we had to make like call them back like 5 times. We kept dropping, and we did manage to make it happen, but that's not nearly enough for live streaming. If you know what I'm saying, then you know what I'm saying. Well, we have perfectly good signal here at our house because we're on the Wi-Fi. And we have good enough signal, once we get past Triangle, the Triangle Road, Scott Road intersection, then we have good enough for calls or to like ask the internet something. Still pretty iffy for live streaming though. Eric the Amish live streamer. People ask me how I fit live streaming in with my Amish ways. I'll just explain that all my electronic devices are powered by draft animals. I have in fact made out of wood and draft animals an analog equivalent to a smartphone. Animal equivalent to do run run. Do run run run, do run run. Do run run. Listen, I'll do walk if I feel like it.
Yeah.
Yes, we are in the Sierra Nevadas. We are on the western side of the Sierras, which, generally speaking, is a little bit less snowy than the eastern side. Although it does depend on the year and the elevation, obviously. Here at 4,100 feet, we're not super snowy. Mammoth Mountain on the eastern side of the Sierras, pretty much due east of us. That tops out at 11,000 some feet for the Mammoth Mountain ski mountain. And the tallest mountain in the contiguous United States is Mount Whitney, which is also more or less due east of us. We're on the somewhat shorter side. I guess the western side is not necessarily that much shorter. There's plenty of places up there past Yosemite that are super high elevation too. I just never go there. But heck, shouldn't you go there? Maybe. Maybe I should go there. And maybe you should go to Mouth Shedding Town. You thought about that? I don't want to go to Mouth Shedding Town. Well, you keep flapping those yappers, that's exactly what's going to happen. Oh, I am so divided. I'm divided like a fraction. I'm in the Rockies. We have not got the usual snow, man. The Colorado River might be tapped this year. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Teabag. California's gotten, I'd say, a fine amount of precipitation this winter now that we're having this storm. Prior to this, it was running fairly dry, but with this big addition to the snowpack, provided it lasts through Wednesday or whatever it says, you should be fine. The Colorado River. It's kind of crazy to think about the way in which the world used to be so defined by geographical features. Things like rivers that flooded and then, went down to small size during the summer and then flooded again every winter. People using that cycle to guarantee them rich farmlands and such. The realities of access to water limiting one's ability to live wherever, If you wanted to have some kind of a large settlement, you needed some supply of water nearby that wasn't well water, for example. Once a community gets large enough, if you're trying to provide water to the whole community via well water, you're going to tap the water table pretty quick. Even ancient peoples, though, they would create irrigation systems, aqueducts, various water management infrastructure. But they were still very much informed a lot by geography stuff, like Rome may have generated aqueducts, viaducts, sewers, but they still had to move like their army across many long distances by foot and horsepower and such, and geography very much defined for them what that progression of the empire looks like, whether a given opponent was ripe for conquest had a lot to do with where they were located geographically amidst what kind of topography. It is not a good name. Long story, but I'm stuck with it. Well, could be worse. Could be scrotum dip. That would be worse. In theory, if I smoke enough bowls here, I could go up there and kind of see how difficult it will be to shovel. I've got a couple different shovel possibilities I could use. Now that the snowplow has cleared the road plenty of times already, if I scoot the snow away from the front of my car to the sides of it, even if the snowplow keeps coming by, it's not like it'll undo the work I did. It'll just, even if I don't leave, it'll just mean I'll have more work to do tomorrow morning when I do go, if I don't go today. So I think I will go up there and do a little bit of exploratory shoveling.
If you like, I can join you.
If you want to walk up there.
Oh no, I mean if you go.
Oh, if I go, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to, sure. So I'll go see what the shoveling seems like, and whether it's like, oh, you know what, this isn't going to be as big a job as I was afraid of. Or is it going to be like, oh, you know what, this is looking to be more of an undertaking than I had hoped. So I do have a snow shovel. It's kind of bent. It's not ideal, but it's a good obvious choice here for a circumstance like this. But it's also the case that I've got alternative possible tools I could use, including a regular kind of square shovel, but there are other conceivable tools I could use. Is it worth the effort? Well, I mean, if I don't go tonight, I am going to end up having to go tomorrow morning. So, the only alternative to me shoveling out in front of my car ultimately is for me to not drive anywhere until all the snow melts. And I don't know when that's going to be. So, the shoveling task is an unavoidable one. Wow, look how big the snowflakes
Wow.
are. Look at these big, big snowflakes. It's like somebody turned on the regular snow and turned it up to extra large snow. Brr, cold. The rain uses that power of coldness to become snow. Obviously, it says its catchphrase, by the power of coldness, before transforming into snow. Yeah, it's pretty cool looking out there. It's pretty sweet. You know, in the way that you might tell your bro, sweet ride, bro. That kind of sweet. Well, now I'm going to have to wait a little bit before I go try to shovel that. Because if I am going to go at least attempt a little shoveling, I'd rather have you with me. And currently I noted the phone's battery needs charging. So we're going to let that plug right in there for a moment or two. We'll pull a couple more bowls, try to finish getting high. And DK11000S, I'm assuming they probably already left, but if not, welcome. Do I even leftover spaghetti, bro? Yes? No? Shovel it when it's fluffy, not wet. Well,
When does it get? I think it's pretty fluffy. Like it's landing pretty fluffy.
yeah, it's as fluffy as it's gonna get. This snow is like wet, heavy snow, but it's only gonna get wetter and more slushier. So, this is about as fluffy as it's gonna get. we could, if we do go to Bujak, we could additionally go get some kind of food from town if we wanted to. For example, Subway sandwiches, chicken from the supermarket.
Yeah.
Uh, we could potentially go to the Mexican restaurant. They might be closed on Tuesdays. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
You also got chicken strips. The guy at the store felt compelled to point out that I was about to eat salad and donuts. Little did you know I also got chicken strips. Well, I don't see any contradiction there at all because when I eat salad, it's because I feel like having salad. Sounds like it's going to taste good. And when I eat donuts, also for the same reason. So that I might feel like both salad and donuts, that makes perfect sense to me. What are Pee Wee Herman's favorite baseball teams? The Expos and the Yankees. You know what, Putty Cat? Maybe have a little bit of respect for poor Pee Wee Herman because I don't know if you heard, but he died. I'm not watching the Michigan Purdue game. I'm instead watching the majesty, the spectacle, the competition, the intensity of the Olympics. Winter's finest once every 4-year event.
Norway's like, ah, yeet.
Yeah, Norway's
Taking
killing
the
it.
medals. I don't know how their accent is.
And then Italy right behind them.
Yeah.
Even though you don't normally think of Italy as a winter country.
No, but they must have been practicing.
Yeah. Pee Wee in the movie Blow was his greatest performance. What is the medal count? Norway a bunch, Italy last,
Yeah.
some other countries, and the U.S. down here.
No, U.S. was third.
Third?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, so we're not doing too bad.
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're beating China.
Yeah, we are. It's something great. It's something where like Norway is like in double digits, and it's like Norway has something like 30, then it's like 26, and then 21. Like Norway has like 30 medals, Italy 26 medals, and U.S. is 21, something like that. Oh yeah, RP Jesse Jackson. I heard about that.
Did he just die or something?
Yeah, last night.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm surprised he was still alive. I remember him for his unique way of talking. Wheels cover. I was like, the question is moot. He just did fucking dumbass. Like, he likes to talk in. It's not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. He likes to talk in those kind of things. I forget what they're called. There's a name for those things for you. Yeah. I hate being sedated most of the time. Well, obviously you need those sedations to treat your mental health stuff. But you just just hear me out. If you sprinkle just a little bit of amphetamines on top of it, then you can have those curative effects, plus counteract some of the sedatory effects. You just got to find that sweet spot. Yeah, that is how I prefer to be. Eric is spot on. It's not what your country can do for you, but how much money you can give your congressman. The Ramones did want to be sedated, but guilt apparently does not. Since it's not recreational sedation he's engaged in, we have to think outside the box in order to come up with a solution. Why? Because we've already looked inside of the box and it did not have a solution. Well, originally in person, I was getting a prescription from this other doctor that I'd had from before. It was just a general practitioner. But at a certain point, after Rachel been working with Dr. Ingham for a while, I just switched over to him because I really felt like I was imposing too much on this other guy. So,
it makes sense to go to Dr. Ingram.
I seriously researched ADHD meds, but realized they put you on Wellbutrin first. Not if you go to the right kind of doctor. Like, I don't. Wellbutrin is not a treatment for ADHD. It's a treatment for depression. It's a treatment for smoking addiction. It is not a treatment for ADHD. Yes, it has some linkage to dopamine stuff and norepinephrine, but believe me, I mean, I guess you could say it treats ADHD symptoms, sort of. You don't want that. My overall cost, I believe it's $60 a month for 60 pills, so it's $1 a pill. Which is what I call a pretty good deal. Correct. Yes, well, I am convinced that we pay less for our medication without any insurance than we would if we had insurance and a copay. So I'm thinking, I'll try to use a little bit, just charge a little bit more. Take you outside with me, and we will explore the difficulty of clearing out a path for the car. It shouldn't really be that difficult. That's because Medicare Part A covers hospice. And the thing is, ultimately, I think people kind of, ideal world would talk about death differently. Like, end of life stuff would be something that was planned more and afforded the person who's nearing the end of life I guess more acceptable options, and you know it would be an incredibly tough conversation to have with your loved ones. If you're but if we lived in a different culture or a different world or whatever, where such stuff was normalized as just being real about what's gonna happen, like what, I'm super old, my health is failing, meh, 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 meh. I would like to exit in, some sort of dignified way. I don't know. Certainly, this is no revolutionary notion, this death with dignity idea, but I don't know if this is the case for Social Security, but if you're thinking about something running out of money, that would be Social Security. Medicare gets funded by uh, what do they call it? Allocations of tax dollars by Congress. In other words, it's part of the budget, whereas Social Security is not. Well, yeah, there's a lot of problems in the world, and uh, plenty of those problems linked to healthcare concerns, spiraling costs, uh, it being increasingly out of reach for the average person to, for example, get health insurance. Jared was telling me that he was going to have to pay over $2,000 a month or something for insurance for him and Kay. You're talking about like 30 grand a year for health insurance. You've got to be fucking kidding me. How far removed is that from the actual incurred costs of a person's unhealth plus reasonable markup for healthcare providers? And you have to be so sick to actually incur $30,000 a year in healthcare costs. I mean, malpractice drives up the cost of malpractice insurance. Codified middlemen, namely a mandated insurance company between you and the healthcare provider, that will always drive up costs because healthcare providers will see providing more services for you as ensuring you're getting more of your money's worth from your health insurance. and or they'll see it as, well, you don't have to pay for it, so might as well provide it for you. Or the person getting the service will be like, well, I'm not paying for it a la carte. I've already paid for whatever, so give me as many things as I can get. Well, they weren't poor enough to get this subsidized plan, so anyway, as a solution to that, Kay went back to Australia to get Australian health insurance that she gets by working full time there.
Just by being a citizen.
No, she has to work full time.
Oh.
Granted, they only check to make sure she still got that full time job once a year. But that's why she's gone back there and gotten a full time job. One of the primary reasons was to make her qualify for health insurance. The thing is inevitable. The thing is, it's inevitable unless we continue to evolve. Open a can of worms. Most people don't live life, man, and focus on end of life. I mean, I don't think that most people focus on end of life, not in any meaningful sense. Like, most of us probably don't have a clear understanding of where our limits are. Like Rachel said the other day that if she gets cancer, she's not doing, she either said chemotherapy or radiation. I don't remember what she said, but she has a clear understanding of a limit. Like, I'm not going to go to those kind of lengths to preserve life. I'm not going to sacrifice that much quality of life for sanctity of life. I think that's smart. People should have an understanding of how much quality of life they're willing to forsake in favor of sanctity of life. Well, I'm talking about that kind of decision, Buddy Cat. Well, she doesn't get health care with her job here. I'm not quite sure if it's full time or not, but she works. She's got full time ish job. Jared, I don't think gets it with his work, and he's also full time ish job. He's a waiter.
I think you said he does, but like the amount you have to pay into it is like incredibly high.
Mm.
So like it's not worth it in the end.
Right. So that's not something I thought about before. Well, one consideration, one relevant case study for me was Julie, my cousin Julie, but also the question of where quality of life harms no longer justified prioritizing sanctity of life. That was not a question that I ever really thought about at all until my parents' death. Seeing my mom being in such a state, and also watching my dad actually manage that calculus, you know. Hairless babies, they're born without any hair. It's just different than this. This is not because I'm a baby. Originally, a long time ago, there were hairs here, all around here. What happened? Global warming. Global warming changed the climate in this area, became increasingly hot, and eventually turned into a desert. Okay, let's go take a gander at what it means to shovel. Rachel's form of chemo would be bone rips all day. That might help. Certainly wouldn't hurt. But I'm also of the mindset that if she were to get cancer, I could probably explain to the cancer why it should leave. If I do my best explaining, that the cancer would understand to go away. I really don't know exactly what, I'd have to research it a lot more. I don't know just how unpleasant it is. It would probably, and even an answer to that question would probably be modified substantially about, by what specific kind of cancer you have and how that specific kind responds to whatever specific kind of treatment. Like Brennan, when he got his brain cancer dealt with, he got radiation, not chemo. And that's just because of the kind of cancer it was, I guess, What do I look like? An oncologist? Well, listen, Casey Jones, it's not that I'm fighting against the cancer. What I'm counting on is the cancer being very reasonable, hearing my arguments, recognizing that they are correct, and agreeing with them because they're correct, not because I'm making them. It may be the case, Casey Jones, that some people who had cancer, that cancer went away, and that they also took dewormer meds. But I think it's very unlikely that the dewormer meds actually cured their cancer. I would not be at all surprised, however, if it did cure their worms. No, I hear what you're saying. I don't doubt that there are people who had cancer, tried to cure it with dewormer medication, and then the cancer went away, and they said, hello, I cured it with dewormer medication. I have no doubt that that's the case. Parasites might cause cancer. It's possible. You know what else might cause cancer? Plutonium. That's possible. Okay, well, you're obviously going to be talking about a specific kind of cancer if that's the mechanism you're talking about, because obviously, for example, if I spend a lot of time in the sun without any sunscreen, I'm more likely to get skin cancer. That kind of cancer clearly isn't caused by parasites, it's caused by sun exposure through mechanisms that are fairly well understood. Every time that snowplow goes by, it's like it's telling me, well, Eric, you gonna do any shoveling or what? And I'm all like, all right, let me get my Boats.
I think that's smart.
I'm gonna get my Boats. I'm gonna get these gloves on. Then I will go and get some tools to use. I just heard testimony of a man who went through chemo. It didn't work, so his last ditch effort he tried dewormer and his cancer went into remission. Well, I'll keep that in mind if I get cancer. Here's a question I have for you. If a worm gets cancer, can it also get rid of its cancer by using dewormer?
Good question.
Yeah. Because while I don't have cancer, I'm afraid a lot of my worms do. Snow shoveling can cause a heart attack. Well, I mean, so it's no more or less so than any other strenuous exercise. To the extent that snow shoveling is unusually likely to produce a heart attack, one imagines it's because it's the kind of thing that might require one to push oneself harder than one might otherwise, because say you have to get to work and you have to get your car out or something.
Yeah.
That thing that lives up inside your butt is actually called poop.
Hope.
Yeah. And poop is not made of worms. I went to the ER 3 weeks ago for 2 hookers and some blow. They said I had a mild heart attack. Well, hookers and blow notwithstanding, did you happen to be shoveling snow? Because apparently that'll give you a heart attack. People are heavily invested in this idea that like, because various components of the healthcare industry, from pharmaceutical companies to doctors to whatever, because they have vested interests that things that are simple and cheap solutions to complex medical problems are already extant but are being suppressed by the medical, the orthodoxy of the medical community. I just don't think that's the case. I think it's kind of wishful. Did you know that that people who get yellow fever, sneaky little trick you'd never guess they've discovered. All it takes is for them to get stung by a lot of bees, to get a lot of bee sting venom in them. All of a sudden they're just like fine. You know, people are very attracted to that kind of thing. Not because that kind of thing is very likely to be true, although we do encounter instances like that. For example, somebody said, like, there's this old wives' tale that you could tape a piece of aloe vera onto your wart on your arm and it would make it fall off. Sure enough, it did make it fall off. But it turned out it had nothing to do with aloe vera. It's just that a wart will fall off if it doesn't have access to the air. And putting a wet piece of aloe vera down, taping it down over it, is a good way to deny it any air. Yeah, I mean, I guess somewhere deep in my memory, I knew that somebody maybe used these things for some kind of treatment, but I just was kind of reaching for something that one might pretend is a treatment, you know, but it's actually just functioning at best as a placebo. You get a lot of confirmation bias with stuff like that too, because the people who are most likely to embrace these kind of like, actually, this one weird trick is the secret bullet kind of stuff, they embrace that idea not because they're so like gullible about this, but rather because they're so skeptical about medical establishment / authority in general. It's the same kind of thinking as flat earth stuff, although maybe not as an extreme example. It's predicated on the idea that we can't trust those who tell us things about stuff. And I would say it generally seems to go along with NI 4, NI 8. That if you don't have as a strength area determining whether something is believable because of qualities implicit in itself that can be intuited. If that's a weakness, then it makes sense to kind of default distrust, you know? Oh God, this looks like way more of a job than I want to do right now. Fuck me, Amadeus. Well, obviously I'm not done, but I am super thirsty. Fuck. Well, I am out of shape. No doubt about that. And I don't want to have a heart attack, that's true. Well, it's good to get some exercise. And that's a good indicator that I need to get more exercise. Because that was more of an ordeal than it should have been. If I were in halfway decent shape. But you know, it's like that immortal genius Billy Corgan once said, despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. I have a snowblower actually for the cat. It's only useful for fresh powder up to a certain depth. To get a meaningfully useful snowblower, I'd have needed to have spent more money, but I didn't know that when I got it. And also, I still wouldn't be effective at getting that stuff up right next to the street that the snowplow pushed there, because that's like made up of kind of like ice chunks. Yeah, it's true that you get in better shape. When I was doing ponding, I was in pretty good shape. Now that I've stopped ponding for a long time, I've gotten back out of shape. I can tell you that whole endeavor there where you go from doing fine to breathing a little bit hard to being like panicking because you can't catch your breath. That's not a sign of good health or being in good shape. There we go, though. I feel like I've caught my breath again. So I guess we know what that means it's time for. I actually think, thank you, Teabag, thank you. I appreciate your kind words. And I moved a fair amount of snow before I had to stop and catch my breath. Let me finish catching my breath all the way, and then I'll go round to it. Yeah, shoveling's a good amount of work. And of course, one also is going to run out of breath a little quicker at 4,100 feet than one would at sea level. Why? Well, because there's less air up here. And more what? And more empty space. Sometimes the air up here is so thin that I can fit a crow in between the air molecules. And crows up here, they fly. When they flap their wings, they push down like on at most one air molecule per wing. Which is why mountain crows are so much, have such stronger wings than city crows. Lessons in Air by Eric Strauss, PhD. When I got my PhD in air and air sciences, I knew one day I'd be interviewed about my expertise. Today's that day. What do you want to know about air? Is it true that we breathe air? Yes. Unless you're dead. Well, the curlers are going at it. The United States is battling Italy, just like we did in World War II. And just as in World War II, we battled them in a game of curling. Right now, Italy's leading 2 points to 1. No, I am still catching my breath from that workout. Also, I got a little bit of wheeziness, so. I'm kind of, waiting for that to go away or whatever. Curling is gay. There are sports in the Olympics that are very much gay. I don't think curling is among them. There's nothing about curling that's particularly fabulous, No, I'm pretty sure curling doesn't. Figure skating definitely does. Maybe what other? I mean, figure skating is the one. It like takes the place of diving and gymnastics, right? Yes, that wheezy. Her full name was Wizalra. No, I'm pretty sure curling is not. Curling is old compared to the other sports. Like you got people in their 50s who are competing in curling. What game is that?
The game is crystal ball answers.
Okay. What are our crystal ball questions?
Ask a yes or no question and tap the button below. Get the answer.
Will I go to Boot Jack?
My sources say no.
Really? Well, I wonder how up to date their sources are and their information.
Ask it. Let's do 3. Ask it 3 times. Is Eric going to Boot Jack?
Outlook good.
Okay.
So the Outlook disagrees with their sources.
Okay, that's
one
what
more
we're doing.
time.
Yep. This is the.
Does tonight bring Boot Jack? Includes future? Reply hazy. Try again.
Try again. Will Eric go to Boot Jack? Without a doubt.
Well, if that's the truth, then Eric's gonna have to do a little more shoveling.
You don't want to like out right now. Damn,
It's the same. I made a lot of progress. I don't have.
I wish.
I maybe have the same amount of shoveling I just did to go, and if I'm gonna do it, it's easier to do it when there's still a little bit of light left.
That's a good point.
Maybe the North Koreans hacked YouTube. North Koreans didn't hack YouTube. Why do you say YouTube's a psyop?
Who has the yes or no question? Who has a yes or no question?
Pretty Cat wants to know, did the North Koreans hack YouTube?
Did the North Koreans hack YouTube? It is decidedly so.
Wow. Those darn North Koreans. Will Nancy Guthrie be found alive?
Wasn't she already?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, what? No, she's been found.
Really? When did they find her?
Yeah, like 2 days ago.
Let me see. News.
She was returned or something.
Did Jesse Jackson fake his death?
Did Jesse Jackson? She's still missing? I really thought that they found her. Okay, so will Nancy Guthrie, is that how you say her name?
Yeah, be found.
Be found? Outlook not so good.
She's been gone more than 3 weeks.
Outlook not so good. Is the earth flat? Is the earth flat? Better not tell you now. What kind of answer is that?
It means they don't want to tell you now because they think you might be planning a trip to the edge of the earth and they want to be surprised.
Are we living in a simulation? Concentrate and ask again.
But really, are we living in a simulation? That's how you concentrate.
Are we living in a simulation? My sources say no. That's good news.
Penis gate and boob
Is
gate.
the Easter Bunny real? Reply hazy, try again. Is the Easter Bunny real? As I see it, yes. The answer is yes. As I see it, yes. Do we all live in a yellow submarine? Do we all live in a yellow submarine? Yes.
So, okay, have you heard about this penis gate?
No.
There are reports that ski jumpers have been injecting hyaluronic acid into their junk prior to being measured for their suits because the extra fabric would create more surface area, allowing ski jumpers to stay in the air longer and fly further as the suit grabbed more air. Really? That is insane.
That is insane. Will life get better? Will life get better? Yes, definitely. If it started raining cigarettes, would you be happy?
No, I wouldn't, because that would make a big mess.
Outlook good. Will life get worse? Will life get worse? My reply is no.
That's weird. According to popular mechanics, your consciousness can connect with the whole universe.
Like, do you meditate?
No, it's some quantum theory of consciousness thing.
Oh. Will the Athletics ever win a World Series?
Good question.
Will the Athletics
I'd say
ever...
ask them whether we're going to win this year, though. Forget about ever.
Okay. Are the Athletics going to win the World Series this year? Better not tell you now.
They don't want me to cheat and use the knowledge to make bets.
Oh, yes. Troubles to rouse.
Well, would you guys... Let's go back outside. It's pretty dark. Oh. Alright, let's go try to do a little bit more shoveling.
You won't regret it.
Just a wee bit more shoveling.
Should we invest in a snowblower?
We have a snowblower. It's not any good for... It's fine for like powdered snow and stuff, but the kind of shit, the slushy, icy stuff that the snowplow kicks up, that's not snow blowable.
It's something to consider when thinking about getting older.
Well, you know, this exercise does me good, you know.
Yeah.
So, it's not all bad that I have to shovel occasionally. Yeah, I feel pretty well recovered from my last shoveling. So, let's go back to the car and get back to the shoveling. I'm going to walk in my footsteps as best I can, so it's a little less strenuous of a walk. Lord, have mercy on my soul. Woo! We're getting close. This seems like rain. Well, I did it. Oh, Jesus. That was really quite the undertaking. But I did get it done. Okay. Boy, I haven't had a good workout like that in a while. Okay. Wow, that certainly was healthful. It was, just about the right amount of task. To break into 2 parts and be completable without killing myself. Obviously, I'm gonna have to change my socks because they're soaking wet. Oh, good golly! What?
Are we going to Puja?
Yeah,
Nice work.
I'm not sure exactly when, but sometime in the next, 30, 45 minutes.
Okay, I'll get ready.
Okay. Okay. Wow. It's really remarkable how much difference just a little bit of exercise makes, because I was already in better shape the second time than I was the first half of the task. like the first half made my lungs go, whoa, okay, we're doing cardiovascular stuff all of a sudden. And by the second shoveling, they had adjusted somewhat. Might also be that I adjusted in a couple of different ways, including paying attention to my breathing and pausing more, so I never got quite as winded. Thank you, Teabag. Thank you. Crazy how good your endurance is. Well, I felt like my endurance was not very good. I got tired pretty quick, but I did successfully get the task done. Now we will discover if, in fact, no, I'm hot, I'm not cold, because I was heating up from my efforts more than I was cooling down from the temperature, especially with the jacket and hat on and everything. Hi, cold cream. How's it going? Obviously, doing a little bit of exercise like that reveals, like, wow, I'm out of shape. I get winded easily. But it also reveals how quickly I can adjust back to, exerting myself. Just like as happened with the pond. When I first started moving in the pond, I could scoop 2 scoops of dirt, and then I was like, but quickly enough, my body got used to exerting itself more, and I got less winded less easily. You're in India, huh? Well, congratulations. That's where Native Americans come from. I mean, sure, you're gonna. Oh, she's singing Johnny. I wanted to hear what Rachel was saying. I did not cover my mic, but it is possible that it got wet from all the snow, and that's impacting the audio. You lost your job to AI, huh? Was your job making pictures of people with more than 2 hands? If Nancy Guthrie was passed away and buried, they could still detect her pacemaker. Wait, do pacemakers have GPSs in them or something? Used to translate for U.S. doctors? Well, I would imagine that one still has to if you want to be safe with all your translations, employ a person to at least oversee the AI translation. Do I like going fishing? I do like fishing, yes. No, he actually called in sick today, or called in today. Probably called in snow today, because because of the weather, and he ended up not going to work today. We were gonna dog sit his dog today while he was at work, but instead he stayed home. Freedom, lol. Stoner's Code 420. Freedom indeed. AI will take away all the white collar jobs. Well, certainly it's true that nobody's likely to be able to make a living generating images,
Yeah.
maybe ever again.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also the case that if you were to say draw a comic strip that was very clever and funny or something, that you might still be able to make money doing that, because AI ultimately
I'm sorry.
can't like it doesn't have a vision,
It does not.
So at the end of the day, makers of all sorts may incorporate more AI, ever more AI in their processes, but at the end of the day, it's a compelling vision or inspired vision that ultimately is going to result in popularity of something. I know I'm a little bit younger. I'm from Ohio. I'm just so thankful I went to my mom's and she made me biscuits and gravy for breakfast this morning. It was amazing. I just want to share that. Well,
That's nice.
wonderful. It's that to the extent that you can really appreciate all the good that exists in the moments of your life right now, whenever right now is.
I
That's a
appreciate
good
your
idea.
SE and your SI. And you like really did it. It's
Thanks.
not easy to shovel.
Because uneducated people do blue collar jobs like plumbing, electrical, they will survive. Bye, cold cream. Well, if she was trying to just disappear, it would be surprising. But she was pretty clearly abducted by a person with nefarious intent of some sort. So, you know, it's hard to stay hidden if you're moving through the world at all. But if somebody's preventing you from moving through the world, it's not necessarily so hard to stay hidden. Right. You're right, Winston's mom, that for all those kinds of trades, there's certainly a learning curve for them, be it one traveled in a school or an apprenticeship or what have you. phone got awfully wet outside. I probably should have anticipated that, but it got wetter than I thought.
Mm.
Okay, well, I am just about ready to get out of here, but before we leave here, I'm going to smoke my last cigarette.
Mm.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff.
It is.
This is the kind of cigarette that might give you a bit of a head rush. Not because it's been a long time since I smoked one, but because I did so much exercise that for me was cardiovascular, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if you're in better shape, it's more of an arm or, yeah, I guess it would be arm exercise, but for me it was definitely cardiovascular.
I have to watch out for cardiovascular, like, because my dad he had a quadruple bypass.
Yeah, well, it's a good reason to try to get some cardio. You know, one way we could potentially do that would be getting one of those stationary bicycles.
Oh, that's great. I love those. I love those.
Hand roll a cig with pipe tobacco and no filter, and that shit hits like a truck even with high tolerance. I mean, pretty much every unfiltered cigarette hits like that, but I hear you. Let me just plug this in and see how much electricity we're actually dealing with. Hi, big fat no. Okay. Well, he didn't like that. Because there's a little water in there. Alright, fine. I'll wait for you to dry off, you persnickety phone, you. Don't eat 6 volcano burritos from Taco Bell beyond John for hours and hours. Presumably caught up in the book you're reading? Is that why you're there for such a long time? Alright, I'm gonna go outside. And thanks, Tyrell. Oh, thank you about the video as well. I wish you a good night also. And a happy new year. And a happy year of the horse. Coming up, what, tomorrow? Today? Today is the first day of the year of horse.
Don't take a shower.
Okay, I won't. I won't take a shower. Wasn't planning on it. I will, however, when I go out here to smoke this, because it's going to be just a little bit too cold for me to just go commando style everything. So
Okay.
I'm going to put on this,
Layers.
and then I'm going to put on a hat.
Let's put a hat on, scarf.
I've got this hood actually is fine. I got my other jacket outside already along with this hat. Alright, where did I put the water? Right here. My feet are going to be super cold because I don't have any socks on because my socks got all wet. But, you know what's not going to be cold? My heart. Why? Because I got that job done, even though it was hard. And that's my story for this new Chinese year. Animal, horse. Derek, getting things done more. Winning prizes, getting awards, building bridges between communities. All those things and more. That's what the new Chinese animal year has in store for me. I am a pig. Horses and pigs get along fine. Why? Because they both live on a farm. Sure, they may not spend a lot of time together on the farm because they have different jobs. The pig's job is to just eat, play, and rest. The horse has a couple of different possible jobs depending on what kind of horse it is, It might be a draft horse, in which case its job might be pulling a plow or something. But, on the other hand, it might be a riding horse, in which case its job is to carry people around. It might, on the other hand, be a racehorse, in which case its job is only to carry people around when it's racing or training for a race. Its job is not really to be transportation. I'd point out also that horse racing, people like to politicize this whole transgendered people in sports thing. Horse racing answered this question a long time ago. Geldings, obviously, don't get to race with fillies and mares. Even though they've been, removed of their distinction, let's say, they're still not fillies and mares. And transgendered people should just be glad that people aren't cattle. Because if they were cows, being gelded would turn them into oxen, and they'd have to pull wagons. Obviously, it's better to be a stud bull, even though it might not be in keeping with your identity, maybe not even your sexuality. It's still better to hump cows than pull wagons. And part of the reason for that, of course, is if you are an oxen that's pulling a wagon, it's very likely you're currently struggling along the Oregon Trail. And as we all know, a lot of oxen died on the Oregon Trail. It's also where Ollie Ollie Oxen was finally imprisoned. And that's when all the children had to stop playing hide and go seek. If you're wondering why they stopped, when they stopped, or whatever, it was because of that. Boy, it is chilly. That cold cuts right to the bone. Could say to the quick, as my mom would say. He'd say, boy, that cold cuts right to the quick. Cuts to the quick? I don't really know. I guess I never really thought about it before. Now that I think about it, I have no idea what that means. Is it quick like fast? Cut to the quick. I mean, funny I never interpreted it like that from all the times I heard it. I guess I kind of thought it meant something like wick. Like cut to the center string or something. But now that I think about it, I have no idea where that idiom came from, what kind of quick it's referring to, nor even a very satisfactory explanation as to why I never thought about it before. I guess the explanation is SI, not NI, but sometimes my memory works the other way too. Like remembering something as it should be or makes sense rather than as it is. You know, like in the Jeffersons song. I always sang it, moving on up to the top, to a deluxe apartment in the sky. Because, of course, which direction is the sky? It's up. Makes sense that that should be the lyric. Instead, it says, moving up to the east side. Now, I don't mean to be pedantic or anything, but I'd like to point out that east is only incidentally up at best. The reality is east is a distance that contains elevations both above and below your current elevation, unless you're at sea level. Even then, it might contain, if, you know, you're west of Death Valley or something. This wool hat is soaking wet, like literally I can wring out water from it. Okay, maybe I can't wring out water from it, but it feels like I should be able to. Bring these things back inside, and then we'll end the stream and begin with a rather challenging process of driving into town, out of the driveway, on the road, into town, in the dark, in a driving snowstorm. Okay, you hush a hush, mister. You just hush your little kitty mouth for a second.
Hush Bush is a good one, I like that.
Thank you. Okay, well, I guess we'll be wrapping this up now. So thanks for being here. Pleasure having your company today. And we'll see you again next time.